Abito got to his front door and took a deep breath. He always hated going home at the end of the day. He wasn't well liked around here, and the whole Uchiha compound wasn't really a safe place for him. It didn't seem to matter to them that he trained as hard as he could. All that mattered was that he had ended up dead last. The people at the compound often would stop him just to give him a talking to and beat the ever-living crap out of him. His father wasn't exactly nice to him either. In the Uchiha clan, the cruel reality was either you were a great ninja or weren't a ninja at all. He opened the door and walked in. "Mom, Dad, I'm home. The mission went well today." His father, Otuka, rolled his eyes. "Oh, excellent. You got through another D-ranked completed. How long has your team been doing those now?" Abito really hated when his father did this. "A week, Dad." Otuka shook his head. "It's a time of war. Most of the other teams start regular C ranks by now." Abito got a glass from the cupboard. "Minato-sensei doesn't want us doing mission until he feels our team works okay, and Kakashi Baka won't work with us. Please, he just knows you're too weak. Kakashi is a fine ninja and Rin was top kunoichi of the year. You're the one holding them back." Abito scoffed in response. Abito drank some of his water. "Dad, can't you try encourage me just once or something? I'm really trying out there." Otuka glared at his son. "And what do you have to show for it? You haven't even developed your sharingan." Abito was getting very tired of the conversation. You need to be in a life or death situation to activate it. Otuka growled at him. "Then maybe that's what you need to do." Abito muttered under his breath. "I would have thought that the night you nearly beat death for being dead last would have counted." Otuka grabbed his son's wrist. "You did that to yourself. You're an Uchiha. You don't get to be dead last." Abito tried to get away. "Dad, let me go. I'm trying." Otuka grabbed harder. "Trying isn't good enough." He smacked his son across the face, causing Abito to fall to the ground. His mother, Tuhia, walked in. "Otuka, is this really necessary?" Otuka looked at his wife. "Of course. How else will the boy learn?" Tuhia sighed. "All right, darling, if you must. Just be sure no one outside the compound knows of it." Otuka turned to where his son had been and only to realize that Abito had wandered off elsewhere. "The only thing he's ever been good at is running," the man scoffed disapprovingly. Abito looked around until he found the right address. "Sensei said he could find him here if I ever needed him. I really hope he doesn't mind." He knocked on the door and Minato walked out. "Abito, what's up? Do you need something?" Abito did his best to hide the bruise on his face. My parents are out of town. Could I maybe stay here tonight?" Minato put his finger under the boy's chin and made him look up. "Where'd you get the bruise?" Abito laughed nervously. "Oh, I just smacked my face on a tree on the way here." Minato looked at him. "Why didn't you arrange to stay with one of your relatives?" Abito was nervous he was getting found out. "You know me, I don't think before I do things." Minato motioned for the boy to come in. "Come on in, I think we've got some things to clear up." Abito did as he was told and went inside. A red-haired woman greeted him. "Hello there, you must be Abito, the Uchiha boy Minato-kun's been telling me about. I'm his wife Kushina. Nice to meet you." Abito smiled. The woman seemed very nice. "Yeah, does sensei really talk about me?" Kushina nodded. "Of course. He says that you're a very hard worker, and that if you keep it up you'll be a great shinobi on day." Minato asked him to sit down on the couch. "Abito, I need you to tell me how you really got that bruise." Abito stammered. "What do you mean, I... Minato looked at him hard. "Abito, come on." Abito looked at the ground. "It's my dad. He's still mad about me not being Rookie of the Year." Minato sighed and leaned back. "I was afraid of this. Abito, why didn't you say anything?" Abito scratched the back of his head. "I'm okay. Really? I just need to get better and it'll go away on its own." Kushina wasn't having it. "Abito, you can't be serious." Abito got up. "This was a mistake and I shouldn't have come here." Minato stopped him. "Sit back down. Now how often does this happen?" Abito shifted nervously. "I don't know. 2 or 3 times a week." Minato nodded. "And how bad are they?" Abito rubbed his arm nervously. "They're usually pretty bad. although he usually doesn't hit me in the face. He's too careful. That's why he buys me long sleeve cloths. Minato got up and rolled his sleeve up. There were indeed bruises all up his arm. Kushina gasped, "Oh my god! You can't keep staying there." Abito pulled it back down. "It'll pass. Trust me. I'll get stronger and he'll stop." Minato disagreed. "Abito, that isn't the point. We need to get out of there." Abito started to cry. "Look, it's my fault anyway." Kushina came up and gave the boy a hug. "No, it isn't. And you're a lovely boy and a hard worker. Don't you dare say it's your fault." Minato stood up. "I'm going to talk to the Hokage. See about getting you out of there." Abito jumped up. "But the Uchihas." Minato was already leaving. "Don't worry them. They'll have to get through me to get to you." Kushina came up to Abito. "Come, sweetie. Let's get you something to eat and make up the guest room for you." Minato walked into the Hokage's office. "Sir, we've got a problem." Sarutobi looked up. "And that would be?" Minato told him about the events at his house, and the old man rubbed his temples. "This is a delicate situation. The Uchihas don't like to be told how they can and can't raise their children, and it's nearly impossible to fight the entire clan. We can't go after them for child endangerment, that's for sure." Minato thought for a second. "Well, what if someone else were to take him in?" Sarutobi looked through an old book he was holding. "Has he activated his sharingan yet?" Minato shook his head. "No." Sarutobi put the book down. "Then it should be fine. If what you've told me is true, then they shouldn't care if someone takes him in. They'll just see it as getting rid of a weak clan member. May I ask, who's taking him in?" Minato grinned. "Actually, me and Kushina. I like the kid, and he needs a place to stay. We have more room than we need, and I know Kushina will be okay with it." Sarutobi laughed at his plan and gave him some papers. "Have one of his parents sign this and fill out the rest. I'll take care of the rest." Minato took the paper and went to meet Otsuka. Otsuka heard a knock on the door and opened it to find Minato. "What do you want?" Minato told him everything he had found out and showed him the papers. "I want to take in your so, to become his legal guardian." Otsuka looked at the papers and laughed. "Why do you want the little failure?" Minato glared at him. "He's not a failure. He's a good kid who needs some help. That's all." Otsuka pulled out a pen. "Fine, he's a disgrace anyways. Any objections, Tuhia?" Tuhia looked nervous, but in the end said, "I suppose not. It's probably best if he just leaves the clan anyways." Otsuka signed it. "His things are in his room. If you want them, grab them." Minato grabbed what few things he felt were worth grabbing and headed back. He was very happy to be out of that house. Abito's parents most certainly weren't the nurturing type. Minato got back to the house to find Kushina and Abito laughing on the couch. "Oh man, that's awesome. He really did that?" Kushina just kept laughing. "Oh yeah, he might be a great ninja, but he likes ramen way too much." Minato walked in. "Glad to see you guys are having a good time. I've got something to talk to you about." Abito looked at him. "What's that? Did I do something wrong?" Minato told him about everything that happened. "I'm sorry, Abito, but I really do want you to stay." Abito looked scared. "Why would you do all of this for me?" Minato smirked. "You're a good kid and I like you. Why not? I think it'd be nice to have you here. Don't you, Kushina?" Kushina jumped up. "Of course, our house is your house." Abito ran up with tears in his eyes and hugged them. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Minato hugged him back and smiled. He had a feeling that things were about to take a turn for the better. Abito woke up to confusion at where he was before soon remembering he lived with his sensei now. He still wasn't sure how to feel about that, but he figured it couldn't possibly be worse than dealing with his father. The smell of food in the kitchen hit his nose, so he decided to walk out. Kushina was cooking some bacon and eggs on the stove and happily chatting to Minato. It looked strange to Abito. Usually his parents were extremely aggravated in the morning. If he tried to talk to either of them, they would just snap at him. Kushina saw Abito and smiled at him. "Morning, Abito-kun. You don't mind if I call you that, do you?" Abito nodded that it was okay. "Good. I've got breakfast here, so I hope you're hungry. Come on, get a plate and sit down." Abito did as Kushina told him and got plate. He got some food and sat down at the table. Looks good. We don't have this often at the compound. Minto raised an eyebrow. Really, what do you eat? Abito shrugged. Whatever they give us. It's usually just some oatmeal or something healthy like that. For whatever reason, they're super strict about what we eat. Kushina made herself a plate and sat down. I never believed that health kick stuff. I mean, we're ninjas after all. We work so hard we need extra fat and carbs. Abito liked the sound of that. So, what time do we head out for missions? Minato thought for a second. About half an hour. Why? Are you actually going to be on time today? Abito laughed nervously. Sorry, I lose track of time really easily. I don't know what it is. Kushina shrugged. I was a bit of troublemaker myself back at the academy. If I ever showed up late, they knew I had done something that was going to be hilarious and expensive to fix. Minato chuckled at the memories. Oh yeah, like when you gave the teacher dango laced with sleeping pills and then dyed his hair pink after he passed out. That was priceless. Kushina winked. That's why I'm a good ninja. I'm sneaky. Abito loved how laid back these two were. It was awesome. Abito went to go grab a quick shower. I'll be sure to be out before we have to leave, sensei. Minato nodded. All right, be sure you're not late. You can't make excuses because I know exactly why you'd be late now. Abito scratched the back of his head. Good point. Abito got to the training ground a minute early, much to Rin and Kakashi's surprise. Abito, is that really you? I mean, you're on time and everything. Obito scowled. Yauno no, so, funny. Well, from now on I'm gonna be on time for everything. Kakashi was clearly quite skeptical. And why is that? Abito wasn't sure how to answer that. Well, it's kind of a long story. Don't worry about it. Rin looked at him and saw his cheek. Abito, is there a bruise on your cheek? Abito was getting nervous. Yeah. I just got smacked in the face by a tree, that's all. Minato spoke up. Can you give me a second with Abito, please? They both walked away and Minato turned to Abito. Why don't you want to tell them? Abito looked down. Tell them that my parents thought I was so worthless that they didn't care what happened to me? Yeah, I don't think so. Minato put his hand on Abito's shoulder. Abito, they're your friends. I'm sure they'll support you. You're not worthless. Your parents are just asses. Abito was scared, but nodded. Guys, you can come back now. They walked over and Rin was extremely curious. Abito, what's going on? Abito took a deep breath and told them everything that had happened the day before. Rin looked appalled and Kakashi didn't look exactly pleased either. Abito, do they really beat you? Abito didn't respond, he just nodded. Rin ran up and hugged him. Oh my god, Abito, why the hell didn't you tell us? Kakashi answered that. Rin, he hadn't told anyone. He was obviously scared to tell anyone. He's from the Uchiha clan. They're a very private clan. He turned to Abito. I'm sorry. I know we don't always get along, but even I feel bad about this. When my dad was still around, at least he was always there for me when I needed him. You didn't even that. Abito looked surprised at what Kakashi said. Thanks, man. That means a lot. Minato smiled. Now you see, teamwork. That's what I've been talking about. Everyone trying to understand each other so that we can all work together. I think you guys are finally ready for a C rank. Kakashi liked the sound of that. All right, awesome. When can we go? Minato laughed at his excitement. I'll set it up so that we can leave tomorrow. I'd like all of you guys to come over and have dinner with us and stay the night so we can be sure we all are ready tomorrow. Any objections? They all shook their head. Good. Get whatever you need and then come to my place. We'll go over protocol, have dinner, and then get a good night's sleep for tomorrow. Kakashi hurried home to get ready and Rin waved goodbye. See you soon, sensei. You too, Abito-kun. She left and Abito turned to his sensei. Did you hear that? She called me Abito-kun. Oh man, this is so awesome. Minato smiled and told the boy to head home and tell Kushina to prepare for company while he set everything up with the Hokage. Abito ran home sitting grinning from ear to ear and blushing. Abito got back home and found Kushina sharpening some kunai. Kushina, sensei invited the team to have dinner here and stay the night before we on our first C rank. I hope that's okay. Kushina nodded. Of course. I've been asking to meet his team for ages. I'm just glad I finally get to see the other two. Abito was glad she was okay with all this. That's good. Rin-chan called me Abito-kun today. Kushina noticed a little blush when he mentioned her. Oh, do you like this girl? Abito jumped a little at the question. Well, yeah, she's my teammate. Kushina laughed. You know that's not what I meant. Do you have a crush on her? Abito nodded slightly. She's beautiful and smart and nice and… Kushina could see he was clearly head over heels for the girl. Wow, you really like her. So why don't you ask her out? Abito looked at her like she was crazy. I can't do that. What if she says no? Even worse, what if she laughs at me? Kushina gave him a soft smile. Well, to be honest, you don't know if she will. However, if she's as smart and kind as you say she is, she'll definitely say yes if you ask. Roll the dice and have some faith. Abito still looked nervous. Okay, but what do I say? Kushina laughed. Come on, I'll help you. Minato got back from the Hokage's office with a scroll in hand. He found that his 3 students were all there waiting for him. You guys are eager, aren't you? They all nodded. Well, good. We've got a few things to go over though. Kakashi, I realize this will be somewhat review for you as you've been on a C rank before. Kushina was a little surprised at that. Really? I thought he was genin. Kakashi shook his head. No way. I've been a chunin for the past 2 years. The Hokage felt it was best if I was on team for a while. All my commanding officers felt that was the one area I was lacking in. If I can prove that I have that, then they'll finally promote me to Jonin. Kushina was impressed. Wow, that's pretty good. I made Jonin at 16 myself. Rin was a little confused by that. Wait, I didn't know you were a ninja. Kushina shrugged. Well, yeah, I just don't go on missions as often because of… Well, let's just say I have something very important to the Leaf they don't want to risk. Abito wanted to ask more, but Minato cut in. Anyway, there aren't too many protocols for a C rank. It's all pretty simple. Rin was listening attentively. Okay, so what are they? Minato started to name them off. Number 1. Everything that happenings on the mission is classified until otherwise told so. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Well, yeah, that's a given for any mission. Minato figured that would be their response. Number 2. If you're captured, say nothing and wait for someone to come find you. Abito spoke up. We would go get them, right? Minato smiled. Well, we're not technically supposed to, but I always say, those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their teammates are lower than trash. Kakashi remembered his father dying over such a rule. He still wasn't sure if he agreed with that, but for now he'd accept it. Minato counted off the final rule. And last but not least, the mission is to be done before anything else. We can have fun outside the village later. Abito was getting pumped. Where are we going? Minato told him. We have a mission to deliver a message to scroll to some cloud ninjas at a neutral location. Rin went wide-eyed. Are we finally close to peace with them? Minato smiled. We're getting there, but we've still got a ways to go. Kushina scowled. So we're finally getting those warmongers to listen, huh? Good. Those guys are such power-hungry fools. Abito was sensing some hostility. Did something happen with you and the Cloud Ninja? Kushina frowned and nodded. Crazy little pricks tried to kidnap me when I was about 18. Rin was shocked. Really, why? Kushina sighed. Not a ton of people know this, but I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. When I was 10, I was brought here from the whirlpool when it was destroyed by the hidden rock. They seek to get all of the tailed beasts. Even Kakashi was interested. Who saved you? Kushina walked over to her husband. Well, this big hunk right here, he saved me from a whole group of Cloud Jonin. He found me when no one else could. Rin loved a good romantic story. How did he find you? Kushina gave her husband a kiss on the cheek. I left strands of my hair so that someone could find me. Only Minato-kun figured out it was my hair. He said that only one person had hair as beautiful as that. Rin had stars in her eyes. Oh, that's so sweet. Kakashi thought it was cheesy, but chose to not to say anything for his own health. Minato smiled at his wife. Hard to believe it took me saving your life just to get you to stop thinking I was some spineless bookworm. Kushina giggled. Well, you were always reading those sealing books. What was I supposed to think? Minato pouted. I was doing it to recreate the yellow flash that Tobarama created. I needed to read those books. Kushina just kept giggling. Come on, you guys. Dinner's ready. She had made some dumplings and a special fish sauces from back when she lived in the whirlpool. It was fantastic, much to Rin's surprise. I usually hate anything fish-related, but this is great. Kushina was glad she liked it. Oh, thank you. It's an old favorite of mine. Rin ate some more dumplings. So what's having Abito-kun here like? Kushina smiled. She was hoping Rin would ask that. Oh, it's great. He's just such a little joy to have around. He's so nice and helpful. You must love to have him on your team. Rin smiled at Abito and he blushed. Oh yeah, it's great. I had no idea how bad it was at home though, and he still was always more worried us than himself. He's really something special. Kushina smirked. Hook, line, and sinker. Oh my, sounds like you have a little crush on him. Abito still wasn't sure about Kushina's plan, but he said what he told her to say. Yeah, Rin, you trying to take me on a date or something? Rin laughed. Well, he is a nice guy. Who knows? Abito knew it was now or never. How about after we get back from the cloud mission, I take you out to dinner? Rin smiled and nodded. Okay, sound good. Abito had to stop himself from jumping up and down in joy. Kushina knew her work was done. They ate the rest of the meal with playful jokes and good stories. It was a good night for all involved. They woke up about 5 in the morning, which was a little early even for a ninja. Abito found he had similar breakfast wait for him from the morning before. Kushina, aren't you up a little early? Kushina yawned. I don't mind at all. The whole not able to go on missions very often thing makes me feel kinda useless. At least this way I'm doing something. Abito started to eat when Kakashi walked out. Wow, you made us breakfast. Thank you, Kushina-san. Kushina made him a plate. Don't call me Kushina-san. Kushina is just fine. Kakashi went to eat with Abito watching intently. Much to Kakashi's confusion. What? Abito kept watching. Well, I've never seen you with your mask off before. I'm just kinda curious. Kakashi pointed out the window. What's that? They both looked over then turned back to Kakashi to find he had already eaten. Wouldn't want to ruin the mystery. Abito was about to object when Rin came out. Hey Kakashi. Abito-kun. Oh, breakfast. Minato got out of the shower to find his wife and students eating breakfast. Oh, hey guys, what's going on? Kushina handed him a plate. Come on, get yourself some food. Minato sat down and started eating. So, how much do you guys know about the war with the cloud? Rin, the always intellectual one, spoke up. The war was started about a year ago, a month after the Rock declared war on us. They offered assistance to us against them in exchange for something that we were never told about in school. Wait, that must have been Kushina, right? Kushina nodded. We of course refused, so they declared war on us. Minato nodded. That about sums it up. We finally got them to possibly agree to stop the war in exchange for neither side having to pay damages to the other. The third Reikage is getting old and he'll die soon. Without him, they'll have a very difficult time beating us. We think they want to end the war before that happens. Abito finished his food and got up. I'm going to take a shower. See you guys in a few minutes. They went to get their things ready so that they could shower and leave. They were all beyond excited for this. The trip to the meeting point was rather boring. Granted, most C ranks don't get much action, but still this was just mind-numbing. At least it gave Abito a chance to talk to Rin. So Rin-chan, did you have any particular place you wanted to go to for dinner when we get back? Rin thought for a second. Well, I do have this dango stand I love to go to, but I never get to go because I'm the only one in my house who likes it. Abito liked the sound of that. Perfect, we'll head there for dinner. Then maybe go for a walk around the village. Rin smiled. Sounds great, Abito-kun. Kakashi gave a mock gag at the two. Can you guys wait till we get back to start talking about mushy crap? Minato, on the other hand, was happy to see his two students starting to form a relationship. Come on, Kakashi. Let them have their fun. I for one am glad to see those two finally getting together. Rin was confused. What do you mean finally? Abito looked at them with a shut the hell up glare. Oh, nothing. People just thought we should get together. Rin nodded. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Kakashi sighed. Man, I forgot how boring C ranks can be at times. Abito had forgotten he had been on these before. Oh right, what kind of C ranks did you go on before? Kakashi was more than happy to talk about his past accomplishments. The biggest one was when I got to go to the Hidden Rock to assist in an assassination of one of their higher-up jonin. But the only thing I actually got to do sneak around a compound with my summoning dogs and bust a few locks. Rin smiled. Still, at your age that's pretty impressive. Minato was about to speak, but suddenly stopped. He had a nervous look on his face and spoke in a low, hushed voice. Kakashi, I think I sense someone. Summon one of your dogs and see if they can smell anyone. Kakashi made some hand signs and summoned a pug and told him to sniff around. Why are you nervous, sensei? It's not like it could be someone who's a threat, is it? Minato frowned. I think I've sensed this chakra before. I wouldn't forget it. The pug stopped and looked at them. Any reason I would smell a bull and octopus scent in the same place? Minato scowled. The 8 tails, damn. What the hell are they doing here? The pug sniffed again. I think they're passing us. Maybe we're not in for a fight after all. Minato shook his head. No, that's exactly what they want. I was the one who beat A and B last time. They must have figured I'd ask for this mission because I wanted the peace treaty to go through for Kushina's sake. We've got to turn back and go stop those two. They're after Kushina. Abito was confused. Who's A and B? Minato sighed. The Cloud's most powerful tag team. The son of the 3rd Reikage and soon-to-be 4th Reikage A. And his adopted brother and master of the 8 Tails B, aka Killer B. Last time they came for Kushina, I fought against them and won. They want to get Kushina while I'm out of the village. Thanks, Kakashi, you can send the pug away. Kakashi threw the dog a treat, and it proofed away. Then he looked at his sensei. Wait, you beat a tailed beast and a Kage-level shinobi at the same time? Minato did his best to explain. Sort of, but it was because I got to a point where I could have killed B before he go full form. I didn't fight them head-on, I just forced them to retreat with some strategy. If I had to full-on fight them, I doubt I would have won. Rin saw a flaw in what her sensei had just said. Then how do you intend to win this time? Minato smirked. Same way I did last time, by using what they don't know about me against them. Rin was still massively confused. But you said you fought them before? What don't they know about you? Minato looked at his team. That I have you with me. Abito went pale. But we're nowhere near strong enough to fight them. Minato knew this to be true. Yes, but you have skills that I can use to force them into a trap. Do as I say and we can force them into a corner like I did last time. They may be strong, but they count on brute strength to win all their fight. Against me, that won't work. A and B were making their way to the hidden leaf to retrieve the 9 tails. With the 3rd's health going down faster by the day, they needed the 9 tails to win this war. However, was nearly ready to kill his brother. Yo bro, how long till we get there, you know? A growled. Maybe if you stop rapping I'll tell you. B shot back at his brother. The day I stop rapping is the day you can put me in the grave. On this I won't cave. Fool, ja fool. I was about to smack his brother when he saw a light out of the corner of his eye. He turned around to find a massive fireball coming his way. And B jumped back to avoid it and found that dogs were coming at them. A smack one away and B dodge another. They didn't notice a 3-pronged kunai land behind them. A yellow flash appeared and Minato stood behind them, kunais to their necks. Howdy boys, remember me? A ground his teeth. But you were supposed to be on a mission to meet our shinobi. How the hell did you know about us? Minato smirked. Did you really think I'd forget you brother's chakra signature? I'm gonna guess that you passed us to make sure that we were really the ones coming with scroll. Bad idea. You guys just head back now and there'll be no trouble. I didn't like the sound of that. And if we don't, it's gonna take more than this little stunt to take us down. Minato shrugged. Well, then I send my students back to tell everyone you're here, and I hold you off until reinforcement come. Aside, it looked like they got screwed over again. Fine, but one way or another we will get the 9 tails. That much you can count on. Minato growled in a deep voice. I'll kill you before I'll let you take my wife. You can count on that. I turned around. Come on, B. Looks like this just isn't our day. B followed his brother. Not bad, Mr. Flash, but someday we'll kick your ass. Fool, ja fool. A smacked his brother. We already failed the mission. Don't make look worse than we already do. They left and the 3 students came out of hiding. Obito looked at his sensei. So now what? Minato thought about it for a second. I guess we just head back and report. No reason to give them the peace treaty at this point. The 3 nodded and headed home. At least the mission was a success. Kinda. Minato got back to the Hokage's office and began to tell him everything that happened. So basically, after we finished I don't know whether to call it a conversation or threats, but that doesn't matter. They left and we came back here. Sarutobi gave a large sigh. So there aren't really any peace offers on the table. Well, that's just awful. We lost too many ninja as it is. Minato put his report on the table. If it's any consolation, this means they've got to be desperate. If they would make this bold of a move, the Raikage's health must be getting really bad. The war won't be going for much longer if he dies. Sarutobi still wasn't happy. That still means more people will have to die. This is getting ridiculous. We've got to end this war. I don't care about money or power anymore. I just want the villagers to feel safe again. Minato looked at the man. He remembered when he first took the position of Hokage. He had looked so much younger when he had started as Hokage. The man looked like he had aged 30 years in just 10. Minato put his hand on the man's shoulder. There's nothing you can do. You've tried everything to end this war without us having to surrender. It's not your fault, sir. Sarutobi looked at the blonde with tired eyes. Try telling that to all the families of the men who've died in this war. I'm not going to feel better until this war is over. Even then, I doubt I'll ever sleep through the night again. Every action I make has hundreds of lives hanging in the balance. Do you know what that's like? Minato really felt bad for the old man. No, sir, I don't. But you're taking a massive burden off everyone else. Someone has to do this job. You're one of the only people with the balls to take it. If they want to question you, then tell them to come do this job themselves and see how well they do with it. Sarutobi laughed at that. Thanks. I'll have to remember that one next time the council jumps on my ass. Minato was glad he was able to cheer the man up a bit, and he and his team exited the office. Kakashi just gave them a simple goodbye and left, and Rin told Abito that she would see him tomorrow for the date. Abito smiled and told her goodbye and told his sensei to hurry home. Come on. I want to get some tips from Kushina for the date. Minato laughed and followed him. It kind of reminded him of how he felt preparing for his first date with Kushina. It made him happy that letting him stay with them was really starting to help the boy. Minato had been watching Kushina and Abito talk about what to do and not to do on a date for the past hour, and they still seemed to have plenty to go over. The big date was tonight after all. He listened and found that a lot of the don'ts he had done himself on several dates with Kushina. Kushina-chan, didn't I do half of that stuff on our first date? Kushina laughed. Oh yeah, you had no idea what you were doing. Minato was lost. Then why'd you agree to the second date? Kushina smiled. Because you tried very hard and that's the important thing. That and you gave me one hell of a goodnight kiss. Minato blushed, which Abito found hilarious. Yeah. Well, yeah. Abito was on the floor rolling in laughter. Oh man, that's freaking hilarious. Sensei's actually embarrassed. Kushina looked at Minato, smiled. Sorry, sweetie, but I think I might have made you lose some of your credit with Abito. Minato just sighed. I'm going to get some ramen. He left and Kushina turned to Abito. So, where did you say you were going? Abito stopped laughing. This dango place she likes. Apparently she doesn't get to go very often, so I thought it was a good place to start. Kushina nodded. Excellent choice, and after that? Abito was glad his first move was a good one. Well, then we go out for a walk around the village. I was going to bring her by this little lake that I really like. Kushina was impressed. Very nice. If you give her a great goodnight kiss, you'll have this in the bag. Abito went pale. Go goodnight keiki kiss? Kushina looked at him with gentle eyes. Well, that can wait, I suppose. But if I were you, I'd try to give her a kiss that would knock her shocks off. Abito gulped. But I don't know anything about kissing. Kushina laughed. Oh, believe me when you're kissing someone you really care about. You don't need to know. Just put all your emotion into it and it'll work out just fine. Abito nodded. All right, I'm gonna go grab a shower and get ready. Kushina couldn't help it. She was really starting to care for the boy. He was just part of the family now. She couldn't wait to hear how the date went. Abito got up to Rin's door and knocked. He was in his usual clothes minus the goggles and with his hair done up a bit. Rin came out with a smile on her face. She had on a white top and black skirt. There was a small bit of pink lipstick on her as well. Wow! Rin-chan, you look beautiful. Rin giggled. Thanks, you look good too. Abito remembered what Kushina had said and offered her his arm. Shall we head out? Rin took his arm. Sure. I give you directions to the dango shop while we walk. They start walking. So, how has living with Sensei been? Abito laughed as he remembered Kushina embarrassing Minato earlier. Oh man, it's great. I've never had this much fun in my life. You should hear the way they tease each other. Like today. Rin listened to stories about her sensei from Abito, laughing with him constantly. And so Sensei ate the whole stand out of ramen, forcing them to go to the store to get more ingredients. He actually sat there and waited for them for an hour to get more stuff made. Can you believe that? Rin nearly fell over from laughter. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. They got to the dango place and Abito and Rin sat down. The waitress came up. Hello there. Welcome to Daitreo's Dango. I'll be your server. What can I get for you guys? Rin didn't even look at the menu. 3 sticks of your special dango, please. Abito wasn't an expert in dango, so he just ordered the same thing. I'll have what she's having, thanks. The waitress wrote that down. All right, I'll be right back with some tea for you guys after I put your order in. Abito looked at Rin and started up a conversation. So, what's your family like? Rin thought for a second. Well, I'm an only child. I live with my mother since my father died in the war. Abito went wide-eyed. Not a good thing to talk about on a date. Oh, I'm sorry. Rin shook her head. No, don't worry about it. It was during the Second Shinobi World War. I didn't really know him. I was only like 2 when he died. Abito was thanking God that he didn't walk into something too major. Oh, well, that's too bad. It must have been hard living without a father. Rin raised an eyebrow. That's a strange, coming from a person who was beaten by their father. She put a hand over her mouth when she realized what she said. Oh my gosh, why did I say that? I'm so sorry, Abito-kun. Abito shrugged. It's all right. It all worked out for the best. Sensei and Kushina have been great for me. Rin still felt bad. I know. I still shouldn't have said that though. Abito placed his hand on hers. Hey, if that hadn't have happened, I never would have lived with Sensei and Kushina. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have even had the courage to ask you out. Rin looked up. Wait, you mean you've liked me for a while now?
Obito chuckled nervously.
Yeah, actually. Rin looked confused. Why were you scared? Abito looked down. I thought you had a crush on Kakashi. Kushina said I couldn't know that for sure and that if I was confident I had have good shot with you. Rin was surprised by that. I guess I did have a little crush on Kakashi, but every girl in our class did. It was just a silly crush, nothing serious. It started to go away when I saw the way he treated us when we were put on a team together. You, on the other hand, are always nice to everyone, and you try really hard at everything. So when you asked me out, I thought it sounded like a good idea. The waitress came back with some tea. Here you guys go. Your food should be out in about 10 minutes. Abito nodded. Thanks. He picked up his tea. Well, I'm glad you came out tonight, and I'll do everything I can to make it the best date you ever had. Rin giggled again. Oh, I know you will, Abito-kun. I know you will. Abito and Rin had an extremely fun dinner. Between the stories, the great food, and the good company, they had ended up walking through the village streets. Not really talking much, more just enjoying the other's company. It had been a great night. Sadly, it had to end eventually. So, Rin-chan, should I walk you home? Rin gave sad little nod. Yeah, I guess you should. I had a great time though. Abito smiled at her. Oh, believe me, I did too. Rin leaned close to him. Do I have to kiss you? Or are you gonna kiss me? Abito blushed. Looks like it was the moment of truth. Abito leaned in and captured her lips, something he had wanted to do for years now. His body kind of went on autopilot and they just started to slowly deepen the kiss. He couldn't believe how soft and warm her lips were, even better than he imagined. They parted and all Abito could say was, "Wow." Rin looked hypnotized. "Yeah. Wow. Abito-kun, that was amazing."
Obito nodded dumbly. Thanks.
Suddenly a voice interrupted their moment. Well, if it isn't the Uchiha outcast, what the hell is a pretty girl like that doing with you?" Abito looked over to see a man with Uchiha symbol on his cloths and black hair. It was T, one of the top asshole of the Uchiha. Ruga, who was about a year older than Abito. "What do you want, Ruga?" Ruga looked him up and down. "Why do you still have the Uchiha symbol on your clothes? You're an outcast, right?" Abito sighed. "I haven't really had a chance to get new clothes yet. I've been kinda busy." Ruga looked in Rin and licked his lips. "I can see that." He walked over and stood next to Rin. "What's a hot piece of ass like you doing with this little shit?" Rin scowled. "The only little shit I see here is you." Ruga gave a dark smile. "Don't be like that. Why don't you come back to the Uchiha compound with me? Then we can have you coming somewhere else?" Rin gagged. "That's disgusting, you pervert. Get the hell out of here." Ruga grabbed her neck. "Hey, don't you talk to me like that. Do you know what most girls would give to fuck me?" Abito gave him a hard punch in the face. "Don't touch her." Ruga wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. "Bad move, asshole." He charged at him with a kunai only to have his hand caught and Abito who tossed him over his head onto his back. Ruga looked up. "How the hell?" Rin looked at Abito. "Abito-kun, your eyes." Abito looked in a shop window to find something amazing. His sharingan had activated. "What, but how? You have to be in a life or death situation." Rin shook her head. "You need to be in extremely emotional distress. Near death just brings that feeling out a lot." Ruga scoffed. "So you saw me coming at this little bitch and it activated your sharingan. Well, that's just great." Abito glared at him. "Get thee out of here. I will kick your ass." Ruga started to walk away. "I'll leave for now. It'll be more trouble than it's worth to kill you. But I'll get you for this." Rin hugged Abito. "Abito-kun, are you okay?" Abito hugged her back. "Of course, don't worry about me." Rin just held him tighter. "I have to worry about my boyfriend." Abito realized what she just said. "Wait, boyfriend? Really?" Rin gave him a deep kiss. "Oh yeah, after tonight, you're definitely my boyfriend." Abito really did jump for joy this time. Ruga found Fugaku and entered his office. The man was made clan head last year. He was young but very good for the clan. He was bound and determined to bring the Uchiha clan to its rightful glory. "Fugaku-sama, I've got some news about Abito Uchiha." Fugaku didn't even look up. "He's no longer an Uchiha in the eyes of the clan." Ruga nodded. "I know. But sir, I entered into a confrontation with him and a girl, and can only assume is his girlfriend tonight." Fugaku still didn't look up. "Are they dead? If so, we have a partially problematic situation on our hands, as he is very close Minato Namikaze and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." Ruga shook his head. "No sir. The emotional distress of seeing his girlfriend in danger caused his sharingan to activate." This time Fugaku looked up. "Now that is a problem. We can't have someone with an active sharingan running around the village if he's not an Uchiha. This must be fixed immediately." Ruga knew what to do. "I'll summon his father and we'll see about getting him back into the clan. What do you wish us to do if he refuses?" Fugaku thought for a moment. "If he wasn't living with one of the Leaf's top jonin, I'd say kill him. However, with him living with Minato and Kushina, that isn't an option. They'd never let us get away with it. Do whatever you can to get him back without causing Minato to come after us. The Hokage loves Minato, and we can't afford any more pressure from above right now." Ruga exited the office. "Yes, sir. It will be done." Fugaku leaned back in his chair and sighed. This was going to be complicated. Abito got back to the apartment and was still bouncing off the walls from his date. "This is the best day ever. Woohoo. This is so freaking awesome. Kushina-sensei." "Guess what?" Kushina and Minato looked at him like he was crazy. Kushina tried to calm him down. Okay, Abito, what is it? Did your date go well? Abito was grinning ear to ear. She wants to be my girlfriend. Rin-chan's my girlfriend now. Kushia squealed in joy. This was the type of thing she lived for. Abito-kun, that's wonderful. Tell me everything about the date. Don't leave out a single detail. Abito sat down. Dinner was great. She loved the dango. Then we went on a walk and I told her a few funny stories and we just kind of hung out for a while. We had an awesome kiss. After that, well, that's gonna take some explaining. Kushina raised an eyebrow. What happened? Abito activate his newfound sharingan. We had a bit of an altercation with a member of my old clan. Minato saw his eyes and was completely shocked. Your sharingan activated. Did he almost kill you? Abito crossed his arms. No, he tried to hurt Rin-chan and that made me active my sharingan. Minato nodded and smiled. I see. Well, it appears you had one hell of a night. Kushina was about to ask him more about his night when there was a knock at the door. Abito deactivated his sharingan and got up. I'll get it. He walked over and opened the door to a surprising sight. Dad! Otsuka gave a smile that Abito didn't see very often. Hello, son. I've come to discuss you returning to the Uchiha clan. Abito didn't smile, to Otsuka's surprise. Fine. Come in, I guess. Otsuka stepped in and Minato had to stop Kushina from attacking him. Otsuka, I thought you said your son was a failure and not worthy to be an Uchiha. Otsuka shrugged. I think I may have been too quick in giving up on him. Abito was growling. Dad, do you think I'm stupid? Otsuka wasn't sure what he was talking about. What is with all this hostility from you people? I've come to make amends for Pete's sake. Let me. Kushina wasn't going to keep being quiet anymore. Make amends? You beat your son on a regular basis for the past few years. And you think that you can just come over and make amends? Hell no. Otsuka was getting tired of this. Well, you have to start somewhere, don't you? Abito was getting pissed. Dad, do me a favor, will you? Otsuka smiled. He felt like he was getting through. Of course. What is it? Abito looked his father dead in the eye. Go fuck yourself. Otsuka couldn't believe what he just heard and Kushina was smirking on the side. What did you just say to me? Abito repeat himself. I said go fuck yourself. I'm not an idiot, Dad. Ruga told you I activated my sharingan and now you want me back. He activated his sharingan for emphasis. Otsuka saw his son's eyes and grinned. So it's true. Well done, son. I'm very proud of you. With these eyes, you can rise above all other ninja in your generation. With the clan's help, of course. Abito shook his head. No, I'm not going back. I'm happy here. If it wasn't for Sensei and Kushina, I never would have activated my sharingan or gotten Rin-chan to be my girlfriend. Now that my life's getting good, you want me back? Well, wrong answer. Leave. Otsuka stood up. Fine, you'll be back. Someone has to show the secrets of those eyes. And only an Uchiha can do that. Abito scoffed. Oh yeah. Well, the strongest Uchiha ever, Madara, had to learn almost everything himself. If he can do it, then so can I. Otsuka slammed the door and walked out. Kushina came up and hugged Abito. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Minato put his hand on his shoulder. Nice job, maybe a little vulgar, but I'll let it slide this time. Kushina smiled brightly at him. I'm glad you're staying. I don't know what we'd do without you. You're part of the family now. Abito liked the sound of that. I'm glad you guys feel that way. Tomorrow I'm gonna go shop for some clothes without the Uchiha symbol on it. For now, I think I'll just go to bed. Kushina nodded. Okay, but we're paying for it. Don't even try to say no, we insist. Abito yawned and went to bed. Kushina came up and whispered in Minato's ear. How about we go to bed ourselves? I'm still pretty awake though. I'm gonna need you to tire me out. Minato picked her up bridal style. Oh, I can take care of that. Rin stood in front of Sensei's front door with a terrified look in her eyes. She had to tell Abito. She cared too much about him not to. She was about to knock when the door opened on its own. Oh, Rin, what's up? Minato asked. Rin was a little flustered. Oh, I need to talk to Kushina. Yeah, Kushina. She wasn't sure why she said that. She must have been scared. Minato shrugged. Okay, Just let me go get her. She just got done giving Abito some cash, so he could get some clothes without the Uchiha symbol on them. Abito walked out as they were speaking. Oh, hey Rin-chan, what are you doing here? Rin stuttered a little. Just towel-laking to Kushina. That's all. Abito brushed past her. Okay. I'd love to stay and talk, but I've got to get some new cloths. While you're here, what do you think, goggles or no goggles? Rin smiled. Well, since you have your sharingan, they would make fighting kind of hard. Plus, your eyes are really nice. Abito pulled them off and set them on the counter. Good point. See you later. Rin stopped him and gave him a big kiss.
Obito smiled dumbly. Thanks.
Rin hugged him. Just want to make sure you know how much you mean to me. Abito just kept smiling. Oh, I know, all right. Abito left and Minato walked out too. I've got to go and handle a few things with the Hokage. You have fun with Kushina. Rin walked in to find Kushina sitting on the couch. Hey Rin, what do you want to talk about? Rin took a deep breath. Well, I've got to tell Abito-kun something. Kushina raised an eyebrow. What's that? Rin sat down. First of all, I really care about Abito-kun. You know that, right? Kushina nodded. Well, the real reason I agreed to the date in the first place is because I wanted to make Kakashi jealous. Kushina was lost. Wait, what? Rin raised her hand in defense. I'm glad he's my boyfriend now, but I was just hoping it'd get Kakashi to notice me. I know that's horrible, but I found out I really like Abito-kun. After that kiss and the way he stood up for me, I can't believe I didn't notice how great he is before. But I think I need to tell him the truth. I can't let this relationship be built on a lie. Kushina was taking a lot of info. Wow, is that so? Rin was on the verge of tears. You must think I'm awful. Kushina got her some tissues. Hey, you're young. You're bound to make some mistakes. Rin wiped her eyes. I know, but how is Abito-kun gonna feel when he finds out? Kushina gave her a gentle smile. You'd be surprised. I didn't notice Minato-kun until he saved my life and he didn't care about it. Rin frowned. But you didn't lie to him. Kushina gave her a small hug. Just tell him the truth. If he really cares about you as much as he does, he won't care about any of this. Rin did her best to collect herself. All right. Do you mind if I stay here until he gets back? Kushina went to the kitchen. Of course. Let me get you some tea. I think that might calm your nerves a bit. Fugaka sat in his office waiting for the report on Abito. He had already gotten one from Otsuka, and the boy refused. That was unheard of. Some families would even send their children to try and seduce an Uchiha so that can be affiliated with them and their standing. Finally, the man he had following Abito around town for the morning arrived. Sir, I followed the subject just as you requested. Fugaku kept his somber look despite his piqued curiosity. And you discovered? The man looked scared to answer. Well, he was buying clothing without the Uchiha symbol on it. Fugaku clenched his fist in rage. Dismissed. The man bowed. Yes, sir. Sorry I couldn't bring you better news. Fugaku waited till the man left and then slammed his hands on his desk in anger. This insolent little brat was going to be trouble, he just knew it. He had to think of some way to fix this. However, there was no way to fix this without falling into a major pitfall. There must be some way, but what? Abito got back from the store a whole new look. It was a little similar to his old look with a few key differences. Of course, the Uchiha symbol was gone from all his clothes and he no longer wore goggles. His clothes were still dark blue, only now instead of orange with it he had dark red. It was also much tighter, making him look more muscular. Overall, the new clothes made him look much older. He went inside to find Rin waiting for him. Rin-chan, did you wait all this time for me? Rin grabbed Abito's hand. Abito-kun, I need to tell you something. Abito got nervous. What's wrong? Did I do something? Rin hugged him. No, you're wonderful. I'm the one who did something wrong. Abito looked confused. What is it? Come on, Rin-chan, you can tell me. Rin looked down and confessed the reason she had agreed to go on the date. Abito listening intently. She told him everything and also how bad she felt. I'm sorry, Abito-kun. If you're angry with me, and you don't want to see me anymore, I'll. Abito started laughing. Rin-chan? Who cares? Rin looked up startled. What? Obito held her close. So you were trying to get Kakashi first. So what? All it took was one date with me to win you over. After all, if you were still after him, you wouldn't have told me the truth. I care about you and you care about me. The way I see it, all's well the end well. Rin was grinning ear to ear. Oh, you're so great. She captured his lips and kissed him passionately. Abito was on cloud 9 until Kushina walked in. I'm glad to see you guys are still together, but would you mind not doing that right in front of me? Rin blushed heavily and Abito pouted. Hey, I didn't yell at you and Sensei for keeping me awake last night. Kushina went pale. Wait, you don't mean? Abito rolled his eyes. These walls are pretty thin and my room's right next to yours. I get you guys need to have sex and all that. But could you maybe do it when I'm not home? Just ask to leave for a while. I don't mind leaving. I mind listening to you screaming out Sensei's name all night. Kushina looked mortified. What all did you hear? Abito shook his head. Do you really want to know? Kushina decided to leave it be. All right, here's the deal. You guys don't make out around us, and we'll warn you so that you can be out of the here if we decided to get hot and heavy. Deal? Abito agreed. Deal. Just then Minato walked in. Hey guys, what are you talking about? All of them said at the same time, nothing. Minato just shrugged and went to get some food. After having to help Sarutobi dealing with the council, he really didn't care what was going on. Abito couldn't be more excited to get to training today. He had went to get new clothes the day before because it was his day off. Also, he had that conversation with Rin. The night before that was the night he activated his sharingan, so it was the first day he was going to get to train with it. Abito jumped up and ran to the kitchen, intent on scarfing down his breakfast as fast as possible. Minato saw his plan and stopped him. Don't go too fast now. I need to discuss how we're going to approach your sharingan training. Abito was still eager, but knew it was best to listen to his sensei. He sat down across from him at the table. Okay, what did you have in mind? Minato got out a scroll. I didn't just go to see the Hokage for the council meeting. I went to ask him if he remembered anything from his sensei, the first Hokage, if he remembered hearing anything from him about how Madara learned to use his sharingan. Lucky for us he did. Abito looked at the scroll. It was pretty old, that's for sure. Are those his notes? Minato shook his head. No, those notes were either destroyed or hidden by Madara. This is a scroll that Madara and the first wrote years ago. It's a process they used to investigate their bloodlines. They saved it so that it could be used later to learn more about bloodlines that may be acquired by Leaf at some point. The Hokage gave me the old scroll and made a new copy. He said he had been meaning to anyway since this one was so old. Abito was a little confused. Why don't all Uchihas do this? Minato shrugged. They don't think they need to. According to them, all the important things about the sharingan they know. Abito opened it up and started to read it. It was pretty interesting to read, actually. It was a simple but brilliant process. Abito closed it and handed it back to his sensei. So when do we start? Minato put the scroll back in the bag he got it out of. Once we get to the training ground. You finish eating and then get a shower. I'm gonna gather up the things I need for training today. Abito took his last bite and rushed into the shower. Minato laughed at him, couldn't fault the boy for his enthusiasm. Fugaku stood in front of his fellow Uchiha council members with an agitated look on his face. He had looked at the Abito situation from every angle he could think of and asked his entire council if they had any ideas. After much deliberation, they all came to the same conclusion. There was nothing they could do. Minato was to close to Abito to allow anything to happen to him without it being brought up with the Hokage. Killing Minato was out of the question as well, as they couldn't kill someone like him and have it go away quietly. They couldn't go after his friends, as again Minato would stop or report them. Last but not least, Abito had made it abundantly clear he was not going to rejoin the Uchiha clan. Fugaku was furious. So what the hell does this mean for us? We can't just have him running around unchecked like this? A council member sighed. In its most basic form, sir. We're screwed. There's no way to take care of the issues that won't lead to more trouble than it's worth. There isn't a thing we can do. Fugaku was growing angrier by the minute. So all we can do at this point is just bend over and take it in the ass. You people make me sick. You're all dismissed. Thanks to you fools not thinking before you act. We now have to wait and hope an opportunity to take care of the boy presents itself. The council nodded nervously and left. Fugaku grabbed a nearby vase and smashed it against the wall. Morons. No wonder the clan's never risen to power. We've been at the beck and call of the Hokage since this damn village began. Makoto, his wife, walked in carrying a small bundle. Darling, I realize you're upset, but did you have to wake up Itachi screaming like that? I had just gotten him back to sleep. Fugaku looked at his wife and took the bundle from her. Ah, little Itachi. You my son, you will be the one to lead this clan to glory, and I will pave the way for you. Once you become clan head, well by then I'll have all of these fools just ready for you to come in and take the power that the Uchiha clan rightly deserves. Itachi, you're going to do great things for this clan. Makoto never did like the way Fugaku talk about Itachi like his fate was already decided, but at least this way he was showing him some kind of affection. In the 3 months since Itachi had been born, this was the only kind of love she had seen the man give him. She would have to take what she could get when it came to Fugaku and emotions. Obito, for the first time in his life, was the first person to the training ground. He even beat Kakashi there, amazingly enough. He had never been this excited to train before. It was time to show those stuck-up pricks from his old clan what he could really do. Kakashi got the training ground and couldn't believe Obito was already there. Wow. Never thought I'd see the day you got here before me. What are SE excited about? It must be something if you got here this quickly. Abidito activated his sharingan. Oh, just a new thing I want to try out. Kakashi stood there in shock. What the hell kind of date did you go on? Abidito laughed. It's a long story, but all it really boils down to is that Rinchan's my girlfriend now, and I've got my sharingan. Kakashi groaned. Please don't be all lovey-dovey with her around me. I don't think I could take it. Obito could see Kakashi really wasn't one for public displays of affection. Fair enough, I guess. He paused for a second. I gotta ask, you're surrounded by women, you would do anything you ask and you don't do anything about it? Are you, well, you know, playing for the other team? Kakashi shook his head vigorously. No way, dude. I'm straight. Obito apologized. Sorry, but if you're straight, how come you never do anything with the girls? Kakashi laughed nervously. Well, they like sending me photos. Special photos. It was like my own personal sex ed. Most of the girls who send them are actually older than me. Before those pictures, I didn't know girls could bend back that far. He looked like he was daydreaming. Obito waved his hand in front of his face. Hello, Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head back and went back into reality. Anyway, I used the photos to control myself. Obito raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? OH, sorry, forget I asked. Kakashi of course agreed. Good idea. Minato and Rin arrived at the same time. Hey Obito-kun, ready to train? Obito smirked. Oh yeah, this is gonna be awesome. Minato needed to calm him down. Obito, we aren't just gonna rush right into this. I've set up a course for you to go through, and you're going to spar with Kakashi once before yet activate your sharingan. Obito remembered the scroll. Oh right, then I take notes about how I did and everything I noticed. Then I do the same thing again, only with my sharingan activated and see what the difference is in the time and what I notice. Minato nodded. Right, the first step in understanding your bloodline. Once we understand what it can do and how it does it, using it will be much easier. But before you do that, you need to write down all prior knowledge you have on the sharingan. It might help us figure something out later. Obito grabbed a scroll and got to work. All right, that makes sense. Really seems like a lot of work just to understand my sharingan. Minato shrugged. You're starting from square one, gotta do what you gotta do. Besides, you'll understand the sharingan better than anyone since Madara Uchiha. Obito knew he was right. All right, guess this is what I've wanted all these years, so I'm not gonna waste it. Let's do this. It took 4 hours to finish everything with some pretty interesting results. The first time around it took Obito 5 minutes and 35 seconds to finish the course. When he spared against Kakashi, it didn't go excellently, although considering Kakashi was already a Jonin-level fighter, he didn't do bad at all. He activated his sharingan and the second time around on the course Obito thought he had been much slower, but to his surprise it was only 3 minutes and 57 seconds. So why did he think he was slower? In his second spare against Kakashi he did much better. He started to notice a pattern in Kakashi's fighting and was actually able to land a few good hits on him. Abito wrote it all down, but he still couldn't figure out why he felt so slow on the second time on the course when he did so much better than his first time. He went to his sensei and showed him what he found. Minato thought about it and asked him a question. Did you have as much trouble with the traps the second time around? Abito thought about it. No, I didn't even trip up on one. The first time I hit like 5 of them. Wait, that's it, I get it now. I felt slower because my sharingan made everything around me seem slower. Minato smiled. Yup, you hit the nail on the head. Well, look into this more tomorrow. You're obviously a little low on chakra after all that. Let's get back home so you can get some rest. Rin came up to Abito. I was thinking after you went home and rested a little bit maybe we could properly introduce you to my parents. They don't know you that well yet, so I think you should come over for dinner. Is that okay, sensei? Minato couldn't see why not. Sure. Just come and get him whenever you need to get him. Abito and Rin said goodbye and Abito went home to get a nap before dinner. He was a little nervous, but at the moment he was too tired to notice. Abito heard a knock on the door, went to answer the door. It seemed a little early for Rin to be here already. When he opened the door, he didn't know what to make of what he saw. Mom, what the heck are you doing here? Tuhia smiled nervously. I wanted to see you. Sorry it took so long. I had to make sure your father wouldn't find out. Abito was skeptical. So you're here on your own? Not at the request of the Uchiha clan? Tuhia realized where he was going. No, of course not. That's actually one of the reasons I came here. I want you to be careful. The clan can't do anything to you right now, but they won't stop trying. Keep an eye out, sweetie. Abito scowled. Oh, sure. Now that Dad's not in front of you, you want to come to my rescue. Why didn't you try to help me back when he was beating the crap out of me? Tuhia had tears in her eyes. Because I was scared. Whenever I stood against him, the beatings just got worse. Abito yelled. What are you talking about? You never stood up for me. Tuhia was weeping. No, because I learned. Abito-kun, you had an older brother. Abito stopped yelling. What? Tuhia cried into her hands. When he was just 5, he had gotten into a fight with someone from the Hyuga clan. He lost and was hurt badly. But rather than help him, your father was furious. He screamed at him for losing to a Hyuga, and he started beating him. I tried to stop him, but... Abito tried to help her. Mom, it's okay. You didn't do anything. Tuhia was still crying. He threw me off and said it was all my fault, that I had given him a weak son. The more I tried to tell him to stop, the harder he would hit him. Before long. Abito couldn't believe this. He killed his own son. My big brother. Tuhia looked in her own world. I cradle his lifeless body in my arm. My little Wahiko. They covered up his death. They made so that my son didn't exist. It was like my sweet little boy was never born. I tried so hard to leave him, but the clan wouldn't have it. You were due in just a few months, and I knew they would make sure he got custody. I needed to stay to make sure that you were safe. I'm so sorry for all you went through. Abito was about to speak, but Tuhia got up. That's what I came to tell you. Please, stay away from the Uchiha clan. You've managed to get out. Don't waste it. Abito wanted to hear more, but his mother was gone. He noticed a picture she had left on the table. It was a boy who looked like him. On the back it said, your big brother, age 4. He wanted to know more, but Rin was due any second. There was nothing he could do at the moment, but he wasn't done with this. Not be a long shot. Abito sat across from Rin's parents, her father Gyuden Noera and her mother Yutra Noera. Rin said her mother had remarried when she was 4. To say he was a little out of it at the moment would be an understatement. Between finding out he had a brother who was killed by his father and meeting his girlfriend's parents on whom he needed to make a good impression, his mind was kind of in a scramble. Gyuden asked him a question. So, Rin tells me you live with Minato. Why is that? Rin glared at him. Daddy, I told you not to ask that yet. Abito shook his head. No, it's okay. I wasn't well liked in the Uchiha clan, even by my father. He saw me as too weak and he felt the need to toughen me up. As you can imagine, his way of doing that wasn't exactly a good thing. Gyuden realized he had touched on a sensitive topic. I see. My apologizes, I had no idea. Abito took a bite of the fish and rice on his plate. It's in the past now. All I can do is get stronger and prove them wrong. Yutra poured some soy sauce on hers. But Rin mentioned that you had activate your sharingan. That doesn't sound weak to me. Abito nodded. True, but that was after I left. Once I did, they tried their hardest to get me to rejoin the clan. I refused, of course. Gyuden was surprised at what he was hearing. How can one of the Leaf's most respected clans get away with something like that? Abito remembered the special Uchiha history lessons he received at the compound when he was younger. Back when the village was first formed, it was more of a partnership between the Senju and Uchiha clans. They didn't elect a Hokage and form a proper government until after more clans want to join them. The first Hokage defeated Madara and was named the village leader. However, Madara still wanted special privileges for Uchiha since they were one of the two founding clan. In the end, they were made the police force of the village, a power that they still abuse to this day. While they can't hide everything, pretty much anything that happens inside the compound is fair game. As long as they're home, they don't have to follow any law they don't want to. Gyuden was both impressed with the boy's knowledge and disgusted by the Uchiha's actions. Amazing. I never would have guessed they would abuse their power like that. Abito, having grown up in the Uchiha clan, knew exactly why they pulled stunts like that. To be honest, it's kind of stupid how simple the reason they do all this stuff is. Yutra raised her eyebrow. What reason is that? Abito frowned. They always talk about the Uchihas not getting the respect they deserve, and how the Senju clan ruined them. Apparently, they think an Uchiha should have been named as the second or third Hokage. They don't really care which. Their lives revolve around staying the strongest clan and gain the control of the village that they say they deserve one day. Gyuden took a bite of his food. I guess you can't please them unless they get everything they want. Can you? Abito shook his head. No, you can't. Anyway, enough about those jerks. Please tell me about yourselves. Yutra smiled. The boy was nice. She liked that. Oh, well, like Rin here. I'm a medic ninja. I made Jonin at 24, which is rather good for medic. Most medics don't make Jonin until their late 20s, early 30s because they're not usually as strong in combat situations. Rin's a natural with medical ninjutsu, and she's even proving to be pretty skilled in taijutsu. It's very impressive, really. Gyuden agreed with his wife. Oh yes, she's doing extremely well. I'm a genjutsu user myself, and my taijutsu is not bad either. I'm not good with ninjutsu because I was born with relatively small chakra reserves. Although that does make using genjutsu much easier. I think that Rin's got chakra reserves, making medic ninjutsu very easy for her. They continued to talk for another hour, and it was very pleasant. Abito made a great first impression on them, much to his joy. As much as he would have liked to have just gone home and ended the night on that note, he knew he needed to talk to Sensei about his brother. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to help, but Abito needed to talk to someone, and that really wasn't the time to discuss that big with Rin. It was probably going to be a long night. Abito got home to find Minato and Kushina drinking some tea and discussing something. He wasn't really sure what, but it didn't seem important. He walked in and approached the two. Guys, I just found out something major, and I really need to talk about it with someone. Kushina poured him some tea. Of course, did something happen at Rin's? Abito shook his head. No, nothing like that. It's just, well, take a look at this. He handed them the picture to her. She read the back and looked up at Abito. Abito-kun? Who is this? Abito sat down and took a sip of his tea. Exactly who it say it is, my big brother. Minato didn't understand. But you've never mentioned having a big brother. Abito sighed. I didn't know until today. My mom came in and she told me the truth about some things with my father. Kushina didn't like where this was going. Abito-kun, what did she tell you? Abito told them the entire story, Kushina getting angrier by the second. Before long, she crushed her tea cup in her hand out of pure rage. That's it. I'm not gonna let him keep getting away with all this. Minato, who was usually the level-headed one, seemed just as angry. Killing his own son? How the hell could he kill his own son? Abito looked at the ground. You don't know my father like I do. When she told me, I wasn't shocked, just kinda sad. I never even got to meet him. Kushina did her best to calm herself down and sat next to Obito so she could comfort him. Are you okay? With all of this, I mean? Obito wasn't really sure how he felt. I never really liked my dad, but after this, how can I even call him that anymore? Minato was pacing. We need to get this information to the Hokage, he needs to know about this. Abito stopped him. No, that won't do any good. My brother's already dead and my mom's begging me to stay as far away from the Uchihas as possible. We've got no proof but her word. If we go to the Hokage with this, he won't be able to do anything about it. I didn't need you guys to do anything. I just needed to talk to someone. Kushina was surprised at him. Are you sure? You don't want him to pay for what he did? Abito finished his tea and got up. All I want to do is put the Uchiha clan behind me. The only two Uchihas I want to even think about anymore is my mother and my brother. It's been a long day, you mind if I go to bed? Kushina gave him a small hug. All right, if you need to talk about, we're right here. Abito went to bed. He would be training even harder tomorrow. For his mother's sake and his brother's, he had to make getting out of the Uchiha clan mean something. Abito woke up and gave a large yawn. He had gotten a good night's sleep and was ready to kick some ass. He figured out a little about his sharingan yesterday, and now he had a theory he wanted to test. The now familiar smell of breakfast hit his nose and he ran out to the table. Kushina was drinking coffee and smiled when she saw Abito come out. She started making him a plate. Morning, Abito-kun. Abito thanked her and took the plate. Abito sat down at the table and looked at Kushina. So, still going crazy because you can't go on missions? Kushina pouted. Yeah, thanks to those hidden cloud pricks. They won't let me step foot out of this village, especially Minato. He'd been getting more and more nervous they'll attack if I ever leave the leaf for even a second. Minato came out and gave her a kiss on the cheek. God forbid I worry about my wife. Kushina, you know I just want you to be safe and they're getting desperate. Please just sit tight for a little longer. Okay? Kushina nodded half-heartedly. Fine, but you'd better be home a little more. I'm going nuts here all by myself. Abito looked at his sensei. Hey sensei, I think I've got an idea about the sharingan. Minato sat down. And that would be? Abito pulled out a scroll. I was going over everything I remember hearing and everything I learned about the sharingan yesterday, and I think get why it's so good with genjutsu. Minato was curious. Okay, how is that? Abito pointed out some notes he made on the scroll. Rin's dad told me last night that genjutsu is used by linking your chakra with the other person's and manipulating it to confuse them. When he said that, I remember the people back at the compound saying something about seeing chakra in colors when you get more tomios. I think that since you can see the person's chakra around them, that makes it easier to chain yours to them because you can actually see it, you know? And I think that's why the sharingan helps with chakra control too, because you can see your chakra when you use it, making it easier to tell how much you need. The big thing with the sharingan seems to be comprehension. Did I use the right word there? Minato laughed. He was impressed how much the boy had figured out. Well said. If I had to guess, I would say you're right. You go get ready. I'm going to be down to the training ground late because I have to talk to the Hokage. Abito put his plate in the sink and headed off to the shower, a little curious what sensei had to talk to the Hokage about. Abito got to the training ground and found Rin talking pleasantly to Kakashi, or at least trying to. While Kakashi had gotten better about being a teaming player, he still wasn't really good with just having normal conversations. He just gave short answers that really didn't help to move the conversation forward. Rin, much to her credit, kept trying. So Kakashi, how is training going? Kakashi didn't even look up from the scroll he was reading. Good. Rin was getting annoyed. So, it looks like the cloud might be getting out of the war soon. Any thoughts? Kakashi still didn't look up. I think that it's one less thing to worry about. Rin was ready to scream when Abito walked up. Come on, Rin-chan. At least he's talking to us. Rin turned around and gave him a small kiss on the lips. Yeah, I guess. My parents really liked you last night. They want you to come over again sometime. Abito nodded. Sure. Sounds like fun. I have some questions for your dad about genjutsu anyway. The conversation was interrupted when Minato walked up. Well guys, we've got a mission in 3 days, and Kakashi here gets to lead it. That finally got Kakashi to look up. Really? Does that mean? Minato smirked. Yup, If you do well enough, you'll be prompted to join in. You finally showed enough teamwork for me to ask the Hokage for your promotion. This is your shot, Kakashi. Kakashi was psyched. Awesome. What are we doing? Minato gave him a scroll. Everything you need to know is in there. Obito smiled as he watched his rival and friend reading the scroll like it was the most important document in existence. He had a good feeling about this mission, he really did. Kakashi may not have looked it, but he was incredibly nervous. He could be a jonin at just 13, even during a time of war. That was impressive. He had went over the mission brief 14 times, he'd almost memorized it. They were going to destroy the Canopy Bridge, the Hidden Rock's last support line from the Hidden Grass. Without the financial support and supplies from the Hidden Grass, the Hidden Rock would have almost no chance of defeating the Hidden Leaf. It was a brilliant strategic move. This was his chance to redeem the Hitachi name. If he could complete this mission and become a jonin at just 13 years old, no one would be able to deny that. Kakashi looked out the window to see morning had come. He gathered his things and went out the door. Today was the big day, and he sure as hell wasn't gonna mess this up. Team Minato was waiting by the gate for Abito, silently hoping he wasn't falling into old habits. Just as Rin was getting nervous, Abito appeared with a box under his arm. Sorry I'm late. Rin-chan said I was supposed to get Kakashi a present, and I had to wait a bit for mine to be done. Rin couldn't believe he actually remembered. Nice job, Abito-kun. I really thought you'd forget. Kakashi sighed. I told you I didn't want any presents. Rin handed him her present. Well, too bad, because we got you some. Kakashi opened it to find new mask. Only this one had clearly been handmade. Rin, did you make this? Rin smiled. Yup, it's a special kind of material that's designed to be more breathable. I found it at the ninja supply store the other day, and I thought it'd be perfect for your mask. Kakashi pointed to shop. That one right there? They all looked and Rin said, No, that's not even a store. They looked back at Kakashi to see he had put the new mask on when they weren't looking. Thanks for the mask, Rin. Abito handed him his present. Well, hope you like it. Kakashi opened it to find a new kunai, but with something special. They all had the Hitachi clan symbol on them. Wow, these are amazing. Thanks, Abito. Abito smiled. Good. I figured you'd like them. Minato looked at Kakashi. I got you an opportunity to be jonin at 13, so don't go looking at me for a present. Kakashi put them away. All right, do you all know the point of this mission? They all nodded. Then let's get moving. They had been moving for about 2 hours, but they were still at least 50 miles to go. Kakashi was silently thanking God that nothing had happened so far. He had decided the night before that they would get to the bridge and plant the charges as fast as possible. The less time they were in enemy territory, the better. A couple of his summons dogs were staying close to them so that he would know if there were any enemy ninjas nearby. Kakashi was a little surprised that they hadn't even sensed a single enemy ninja anywhere near them. He figured that at least one ninja would be on their route, but the only thing the dogs told him about were some animals. He knew he should be thankful, but something about it just didn't feel right. Should he ask Sensei? No, this was his mission. He needed to prove he could do this on his own. He turned back to his teammates. This seems a little too quiet, so keep an eye out. I don't want to get caught in a trap. Minato smirked at his student. I was wondering if you'd notice. Good call, Kakashi. Kakashi gave a sigh of relief. Looks like he was doing all right after all. It had been another 2 hours, and they were less than 25 miles out. Kakashi could see that Rin and Abito were starting to get tired, and to be honest, so was he. They had been moving for 4 straight hours. Kakashi didn't like it, but he knew they all needed a break. All right, people, we're taking a half-an-hour break. Not a minute more, so make it count. They all nodded, and Minato walked up to Kakashi. Good call. We want to be out of here quick, but we don't want to be dead on our feet if we meet an enemy. Kakashi sat down. He was doing well so far. He just hoped them not seeing anyone yet wasn't a bad omen. Rin decided to go off and get some water from the river nearby. The boys were busy talking, and Kakashi said the dogs hadn't smelled anyone. So she didn't think she really needed to tell anyone that she was going. She got to the river and pulled out her canteen to get some water. What she didn't know is that at the distance she had gone, the dogs wouldn't be able to smell anyone. Unfortunately for her, someone was watching from the distance. 2 hidden rock shinobi to be specific. Taiseki, who was using his camouflage jutsus, turned to his partner. Kako? Isn't the one of the leaf ninjas? Kako nodded. Yeah, and she's alone. Come on, let's get her and see what she's doing here. Kakashi stood up and stretched. All right, break's over. Let's get moving. Obito was looking around. Guys, I can't find Rin-chan. Kakashi looked at his dogs nervously. They shook their heads to tell him they couldn't smell her. He looked at Obito. They dogs can't smell her. Do you know where she went? Obito shook his head. No, she must have left when we were talking. Kakashi didn't like this. Damn. Rin, what hell are you doing? Minato put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder. It's your call, Kakashi. Do we go after her or finish the mission? Kakashi was terrified. What the hell was he supposed to go? Obito looked at him. Come on, Kakashi. You can't just abandon her like that. Kakashi was frozen. It was a situation like this that killed his father, that made him disgrace. He abandoned the mission and went after his friends instead. Could he do that, just give up his chance to be Jonin? He was shaken out of his thoughts when Obito yelled again. This girl hand made you mask for Pete's sake. She's one of your only friends. How can you even question this? Kakashi felt his mask mumbled in a quiet voice. Those who break the rules are trash. Obito was about to punch him, but then he said in a louder voice, but those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. We're going after her. Obito jumped in the air. That's what I'm talking about. Can your hounds track her? Kakashi nodded. Yeah, if you have something that has her scent on it. Obito pulled out a scarf. She asked me to hold on to this. Kakashi let his dog sniff it and saw his sensei looking at him. Sensei, I know we have a mission. Minato stopped him. Don't worry. I'm with you on this one. Kakashi's dogs barked, which means they had Rin's scent. They started to follow the dogs. All of them prayed Rin was okay. Kako had been in a cave working on the girl with his genjutsu for almost half an hour, but to avail. He didn't know how, but this kid was resisting all of it. Most people who were twice as old as her would have given in 10 minutes ago. Rin scowled at him. Don't you get it? I'm not telling you anything. My friends are going to be here soon, and then you're screwed. Kako chuckled. Well, see, now how about we go over this again? Why were you and your friends coming here? The genjutsu activated, and once again Rin found herself fighting to stay strong. Rin opened her mouth. We came here to... Kako leaned in. Yes. Rin finished. Tell you to go fuck yourself. Kako smacked her. Little bitch, fine. I'm not gonna stop until you tell us, so you just fight as long as you want. Rin thought to herself. Please guys, hurry up. Taiseki, who was using his camouflage jutsu, saw 3 people heading close to his and Kako's location. He was nervous. He was made when he saw the dogs. By them seemed focused on someone else's scent, most likely the girls. The group suddenly stopped, and he did his best to listen to what they were saying. Kakashi turned to his 2 teammates. She's just a few hundred feet ahead. Get ready. She's probably not alone. He turned to his dogs. How many enemies do you smell in the area? The dogs sniffed in the air. 2 unknowns, you guys and Rin. Kakashi nodded. Good. We outnumber them. Obito, activate your sharingan and tell me what you see. Obito did as he was told. All right, but I've only got 1 Tomio. Obito suddenly noticed something. Kakashi, someone's watching us. My sharingan can see through the genjutsu that he's using. Kakashi looked where he was gesturing to and threw a kunai. Taiseki raised his own and deflected it, dropping the genjutsu. Obito turned to his friends. You guys go ahead. I'm the only one who can see through his genjutsu, so it makes the most sense for me to fight him. Kakashi? Kakashi looked at him. You better bring her back safe. Kakashi and Minato moved forward and Obito turned to Taiseki. Time to show them just how much stronger I've gotten. Kako was about to beat ever-living crap out of this girl. He had had some fighters before, but no one her age had ever fought of this long. Okay, I'm getting real tired of this. If you don't tell me what I want to know, I'm going to. Kakashi appeared behind him. You aren't gonna do jack shit, except for let her go. Kako snorted. What do you think you can take me? Kakashi shrugged. Not for certain, but he can. Minato appeared on the other side of him. Give her back or you will be killed. Kako scowled. So this is how it huh? Well, why don't I show you a little trick of mine? He made some hand signs. Rock lodging destruction. The cave began to collapse around them just as Obito ran in. What's going on? Kakashi was impressed. Did you beat that guy already? Abidito smirked. Without that genjutsu, he wasn't much of a ninja. Minato grabbed Rin. Let's get moving. I can only take one person with my teleportation and Rin's hurt, so you guys are gonna have to get out yourselves. Obito and Kakashi saw him flash away and started running out, Kako not far behind them. Kako began to throw kunai at them, which they easily deflected. As for the falling rocks, Kakashi was easily able to dodge them with his speed and Obito was having an even easier time with his sharingan. Obito made some quick hand seals and turned to Kako, fireball jutsu. The cave was becoming too narrow, forcing Kako to take a moment to make a mud wall to stop it. Obito and Kakashi used that time to get out of the cave, while it collapsed around Kako. They were panting heavily. Nice move with the fireball. Obito nodded. Thanks. I figured he wouldn't have space to dodge it. Rin ran up to them. Are you guys okay? Obito hugged. Yeah, what about you? Rin cuddled into him. I'm just fine thanks to you guys. Rin leaned up and gave him a kiss, causing Kakashi to joke. What? Don't I get one of those? Rin smirked. Take the mask off. Kakashi laughed. Well played, Rin. Well played. Minato smiled at his team. Good job, guys. Let's go finish this. The bridge is 2.5 hours away. After that, we head home. Oh, and make Kakashi's promotion office, of course. Kakashi's eyes went wide. You mean, but I could have cost us the mission if this took too long? Minato shrugged. True, but no good commander just abandoned his men, especially when we can blow up that bridge at any time. You've earned it, Kakashi. I'm proud of you. Kakashi was grinning ear to ear under his mask. He actually did it. Obito and Rin smiled at him and Sensei laughed. This just might have been the best day of Kakashi's life. After they got back from the Canopy Bridge mission and Kakashi got his promotion, things took kind of a strange turn. Everything got kind of boring for about 3 months. Nothing new with the Uchihas, no big missions. Kakashi even remained a part of their team for the time being. Literally nothing major happened for ages. Obito was actually pretty bored. Obito's training was going well in that time. He had acquired his second Tomio and learned a lot more about his sharingan. It helped improve his taijutsu in a big way since his eyes were now able to detect patterns in enemy fighting styles and use them to his advantage. The only 2 people who could still keep up with him in taijutsu were Guy and Kakashi. His ninjutsu repertoire had grown massively. He knew more than 50 different jutsus now, although 30 of them were fire style and none of them were above B rank. Possibly the area he had most improved in was genjutsu. With his second Tomio, it was amazing how quickly he was able to pick it up. Only Kurenai Yuhi could beat him in that area anymore, and he was quickly gaining on her too. But still, nothing really major happened. He was sure that would change when the Chunin exams rolled around, but even that was pretty boring. They were held in the Leaf, and thanks to the war the standard had been slightly lowered. The written portion of the test was actually a test of information gathering in disguise, and thanks to his eyes Obito passed that now problem. Rin did very well too. Obito had no idea she was so good at doing that without being caught. The survival test was easy. Between Obito's raw strength and Rin's knowledge and medical jutsu, no one stood a chance. Each team was given 1 part of a 3-phrase code, and had to find some way to get all 3 parts and get back to base. Thanks to Obito's genjutsu, he could just walk while they were in one and ask the code. They were the first team to finish. Finally, the fighting tournament part of the test was the only part that was actually a challenge. Rin was eliminated in the semifinals by Guy, who was then beaten by Obito in the finals. Guy vowed to train harder because of his failure, despite the fact that he, Obito, Rin, and Asuma had all passed. Luckily, Team Minato stayed together, as did all of the teams until the war was over. It had been productive 3 months, but still a rather boring 3 months. A week after the Chunin exams, something finally happened. However, it was something that all of them wish hadn't happened. It all started when Minato was summoned to the Hokage's office one morning. It was 4 in the morning to be exact, early for even Minato. However, you didn't say no to the Hokage. Minato entered the office and yawned. "You needed to see me, sir." Sarutobi was looking rather troubled. "Sit down, Minato. I've got some bad news." Minato didn't like his tone. "What is it? Trouble with the war?" Sarutobi sighed. "No, actually it's going quite well. After you destroyed the Canopy Bridge and the rock was cut off from the grass, we managed to get a major leg up on them. The mist, rock, and the cloud are all near defeat. But we're still sending people on missions, including Rin's parents. Minato, Rin's mother and stepfather were both killed in a mission. I got the letter at midnight and they're sending the bodies back today. She's got no other family left, and to be frank, I have no idea how to tell her. I was hoping you'd have some advice in that area." Minato sat down, rubbed his hands on his temples. "Damn it. I'm sorry, sir, but I've got no idea what to do either. Rin's not going to take this well. Her family and this team are the two most important things in the world to her." Minato thought for a second. "Let me tell her. She'll take it better from me. You said she's got no family left so she can stay us. Even when this war is almost over, we can't seem to catch a break." Sarutobi didn't argue. He didn't have the strength left to do much but nod. "Thank you. That's one less thing I have to deal with tomorrow." He paused for a second and looked at the picture of the past Hokages. "How do you think they did it? Dealt with all of this? I'm the most tired I've ever been in my life, and yet I can't sleep a wink. How the hell did they manage to keep themselves sane?" Minato frowned and it was silent for a while. "Sir, I have no idea. Maybe it's just the desire to see everyone you love survive and prosper, or maybe it was them taking solace in the fact that no one else would have to do. All I know is it's not an easy job, and anyone who takes it either very brave or very crazy. Or both." Sarutobi laughed. "Yes, I supposed I am. You do realize you could very well be in this chair one day, don't you?" Minato smirked. "Like I said, brave or crazy. I think both those words describe me pretty well." Sarutobi kept chuckling as he walked out the door. Minato was the one person who could always cheer him up. Otsuka sat in his house, angry, mulling over his life over the past few months. Abito, the little traitor he had made Chunin. He had activated his second Tomio too. Now, Otsuka was the laughingstock of the Uchiha clan. He had lost all respect from his peers. They blamed him for losing Abito, but how was it his fault? All he did was try to help that boy reach his potential, nothing less, nothing more. None of this was on him. Abito was the one who left. Now he had nothing, no respect from his clan, no son, even his wife wouldn't speak to him. He was worthless, he had nothing that gave his life meaning. What was he supposed to do now? He poured himself another cup of sake and kept drinking. Suddenly he heard a voice. "Well, isn't this a sad sight? A washed-up man who destroyed his own life. Really, I'm not sure why he picked you." Otsuka stood up at the voice he couldn't recognize. "Who said that? Who's there?" A creature appeared out of the ground. It looked like some kind of plant-like humanoid. "That would be me, Zetsu's the name. I've come here because I was asked to buy my master." Otsuka was ready to strike at any moment. "Who's your master?" Zetsu frowned. "Oh, now it wouldn't be any fun if I told you. I just came to let you know I'm watching, and if you play your cards right, there might even be an offer on the table sometime soon. If my master thinks you're worthy anyway. See you later." Otsuka tried to stop him, but the Zetsu thing was already gone. What the hell was that about? And what the hell even was he? Otsuka decided to go to bed. Maybe he had just had one too many cups of sake. Yeah, that must be it. Minato sat in the living room with Rin. He had cancelled training and asked her to come over to the house, and slintlingly thinking over how to tell her. He looked at the bright-eyed girl and decided it was probably best to just get this over with and let her work it out herself. "Rin, you know your parents were sent on a mission 3 days ago." Rin smiled. "Yeah, they're coming home tomorrow. I can't wait." Minato was starting to have a hard time with this. "Rin, we got a letter at midnight. There were some problems on the mission." Rin was terrified. "Were they hurt? Are they okay?" Minato sighed. "Rin, they didn't make. They're sending the bodies back this morning." Rin gasped and tears started to form in her eyes. No, no please. It's a mistake, it has to be. They must be wrong, they. Minato put his hand on her shoulder. Rin, they're sure. I'm sorry, but they're gone. For the time being you can stay with me and Kushina. We've still got plenty of room. Rin was crying and ran into Obito's room and slammed the door. Obito was out at the moment getting some groceries for Kushina while she slept in for once. Minato was confused. Rin knew that was Obito's room. Why did she run in there? It didn't matter. He would let her work this out till Kushina woke up and asked her what to do. That didn't take long as Rin's crying woke her up. She walked out and looked at Minato. What's going on? Who's crying? Minato leaned back in his chair. Rin, we just found out her parents were killed and I had to tell her. Kushina went wide-eyed. What? Where is she? Minato pointed to one of the doors. She ran into Obito's room for some reason. Kushina groaned at her husband's confusion. Of course she ran into Obito's room. She wants him to be there to comfort her. Minato suddenly realized what she meant. Oh, well then we'll just send him in there when he gets back. Kushina rolled her eyes. Yes, but only after we make sure he doesn't comfort her too much, if you know what I mean. Minato laughed. Yeah, good idea. Kushina sat next to her husband. It won't be easy for her to get over this. When the whirlpool was destroyed, I cried for weeks. Minato hugged her. All we can do is be there for her, sweetie. Abito got back and put the groceries on the counter. He looked over to find Kushina and his sensei were waiting for him. Something wrong, guys? He asked. Kushina nodded. Abito, sit down. Rin's here and we've got some things to tell you. Abito listened to everything they said with piqued curiosity. Before long he had wide and scared eye. Wow, I can't believe it. That's awful. Wait, did you day she went into my room? Minato put his hand on his shoulder. Yeah, I think she needs you to comfort her. Abito suddenly looked serious. Right? She needs me right now. Kushina stopped him. Just 1 second. Make sure that comforting her is all you do. We don't want her starting a new family because she lost the old one. Abito blushed at that. Right? Just comforting, right? Minato and Kushina went to their room while Abito knocked on the door of his. The door clicked open and Rin tackled him onto his bed, cuddling him. What to you so long? Abito hugged her back. How are doing, Rin-chan? Rin had clearly been crying for quite some time. My parents are dead. That's how I'm doing. Abito gave her a small kiss on the head. I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do? Rin hugged tighter. Please, just don't leave today. I know I have to get out of here tomorrow. But today I just want to stay in here, okay? I just can't go out yet. Abito was happy to help. Sure thing. I'll go get us some food later. Rin looked up at him. Dango? Abito smiled at her. Yeah, Dango. Rin didn't leave the room for the entire day. Only Abito left to get them some food. Kushina didn't sleep that night to make sure that she could hear them if they tried anything. Much to her joy, they did not. The only thing she heard was Rin crying occasionally and Abito comforting her. It had been a rough night for Rin. She didn't sleep at all because she would have nightmares if she tried to. Kushina told the next morning that it was quite common. She had nightmares herself after the incident in the whirlpool. Kushina was doing her best to use her experience to help Rin. Trust me, sweetie, it gets better. The only thing I can say is try to keep your mind off of it, and it will get better over time. Rin did her best to smile. Thanks. Do you think you can maybe make some pancakes for breakfast? Kushina nodded quickly. Of course, blueberry, chocolate chip, what kind? Rin was glad to have Kushina around. Chocolate chip, please. Kushina got up enthusiastically. Chocolate chip pancakes coming up. Abito hugged his girlfriend. Want me to invite Kakashi over? That might be helpful? Rin thought about then smiled. Yeah, that sounds nice. Abito put on some clean clothes and got ready to leave. Be right back. Rin watched him leave, extremely thankful all of her friends were around to help her when she needed it. Kakashi was about to make breakfast when he heard a knock on the door. He was curious who could be at his door this early in the morning. Opening the door, he found Abito standing there. Hey Kakashi, didn't wake you, did I? Kakashi shook his head. No, I was just about to make breakfast. What do need? Abito sighed. Well, first things first. Rin's parents died on a mission a couple nights ago. Kakashi winced. Oh man, that's awful. How's she doing? Abito looked at the ground. Not great. She didn't sleep much last night, kept having bad dreams. Kakashi remembered the awful dreams he had when his father committed suicide. That was not a pleased night's sleep. Anything I can do? Abito smiled. Yeah, she wants you to come over and eat breakfast with us. We're having chocolate chip pancakes. Kakashi seemed to be smiling back under his mask. No problem. Just let me go get some clean clothes on. Madara sat in his lair. As usual, he didn't move much as he had to keep himself connected to the ghetto statute to survive. Zetsu had just gotten back and given him the news. This Otsuka was indeed a broken man. However, for what Madara needed him for that was perfect. Otsuka would either become his new puppet. He could use this person to carry out his deeds for him. The only thing he needed was a little molding. Zetsu wasn't so sure. Sir, you didn't see the look in this guy's eyes, he's insane. If with your guidance, I think he's going to get himself killed with his antics. Madara glared at him. And you have a better idea? This Abito person was my first choice, but with his life taking a drastic turn, he's no longer a reasonable option. His father is broken and will do whatever I say. If think you know someone who would be better, please enlighten me. Zetsu cowered at Madara's tone. Hehe, you're right of course. Shouldn't have questioned you. Madara leaned back. Just remember, I can create thousands more where you came from. I didn't make you for your opinions. Zetsu gulped and bowed. Note to self, don't piss of Madara. Abito and Kakashi got back to see Rin at the table talking to Minato. Sensei, can we start up on missions soon? I really think that I just need to get mind off things for a while. Minato nodded. Yeah, I go and get a B rank from the Hokage during training today. Abito and Kakashi sat down and Abito asked, B ranked? Do you think we're ready for those? Kakashi rolled his eyes. Abito, we've got 2 Jonin and 2 Chunin. At a time like this, C ranks are not something the village wants us to do. Minato got up and got some plates. More or less, yes. The clouds on the brink of surrendering, the rocks on its last leg. And the mist hasn't really been in this war for ages. They've just been sending some sporadic attacks here and there. We need all the help we can get to make sure that we can end this war while we have the chance. Kushina put a foot-high stack of pancakes on the table. Eat up. You'll need it for training today. They all thanked Kushina and Kakashi looked at Rin. Rin, I'm really sorry to hear about your parents. If there's anything I can do, just let me know. Rin gave him a sad smile. Thanks, but right now I just want to throw myself into my training and try to keep my mind off it. Kakashi understood that, when his father died, all he did was train. Still, if you need anything, just ask. Rin smiled at him again and got herself some pancakes. Whenever she was sad, she craved sweets. It was really her one weakness when it came to her health. Abito saw that and took note. It may be useful information for later. Abito finished his pancakes and got up. I'm gonna take a shower. I'll try and save some hot water for you guys. Kushina shrugged. Use as much as you want. Minato-kun and I can just shower together. Abito blushed. Kakashi got a small nosebleed, and Rin was laughing hysterically. Kushina leaned over to Minato. Told you I could get her to laugh. Rin was right about one thing, training was helping to keep her minds off everything. She worked on her medical ninjutsu and her taijutsu. She was easily a Chunin level fighter, but she had long way to go before she was Jonin level. Kakashi continued to work on his Chidori, still to little success. He may have had some improvement with it, but he still couldn't quite get the lighting chakra to focus enough. Still, Kakashi refused to give up. He would die before he would give up on completing the Chidori. Abito was busy working with his sharingan, mainly his genjutsu and taijutsu. He and Kurenai had been having genjutsu spares for quite some time, and he could almost beat her now. Of course, he still spared against Kakashi a lot too. The two of them's rivalry had gotten even more intense since Abito's sharingan was activated. It had gotten much friendlier though as well. Minato was excited to see his students training so hard. He headed off to go and get that B-ranked mission he had talked about. A group of ninja watched from the trees, examining all of them carefully. They mulled over who to pick for their task. The boy with blue on wouldn't be a good choice. Several times they heard stories of the Uchiha Sharingan being able to control tailed beasts, so that would defeat their purpose. Originally they were thinking the girl, however considering how close she was to the Uchiha boy it didn't seem like a good choice. Now the one in the mask, that could be a possibility. He was strong, but they had more than enough people to overwhelm him. Not to mention that it would be a blow to the leaf to lose such a promising young shinobi. Yes, he would be perfect. Minato got back to the training ground with a serious look on his face, making his students very curious. He was holding a scroll in his hand. Sorry guys, but when I went to the Hokage's office I was given an S-rank mission. I can't take you guys sorry Rin. Rin looked a little heartbroken, but nodded just the same. Okay sensei, I understand. Minato turned to go back to the house. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got to go talk to Kushina. She's not going to be happy about this. Obito went up to his girlfriend. Don't worry Rin-chan. I'll make sure you're kept busy. Kakashi decided to ease the tension. Wow Obito, didn't know you had it in you. Just don't be too loud or Kushina will notice. They all laughed. Rin knew she really did have great friends. Kakashi walked home that day feeling exhausted. Between sparring with Obito and working on his Chidori, his chakra was wiped out. He was almost at this street when he sensed something in the distance. Was someone following him? Kakashi looked up at the roof and saw some shadows moving. He got into a fighting stance and yelled, "Hey! I know you're there so come out." Before he knew it he was surrounded by 8 mist umbu, all of whom were staring right at him. One of them began to speak. "We apologize, but I'm afraid we need to borrow you." Kakashi didn't like the sound of that. Borrow me? They began to close in. Yes, borrow. You see, we need you to deliver something to the hidden leaf for us. Kakashi pulled out his sword. Then fill out mission request. The umbu snickered. Oh, but why go through all the trouble? Besides, we specifically chose you. It's an honor really, not many people get to have this much of an influence in a war. Kakashi was really starting to hate this guy. What the hell are planning to do? He didn't get an answer, instead he got 8 highly trained ninjas bearing down on him. Abito woke up the next morning and headed to Kakashi's. He had forgotten one of his scrolls at the training ground and Abito was going to return it to him. But when Abito turned to get on to Kakashi's street, he found something very troubling. Blood everywhere, torn cloth, broken kunai, the clear leftovers of a big fight. Abito scanned the area for some kind of sign of what happened and found something terrifying. It was one of Kakashi's special kunai with the Hatake symbol on it. Abito ran to his house and burst inside. Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Next he ran to the hospital, he wasn't there either. He ran home and started screaming, much to Kushina and Rin's confusion. Once they got him calmed down, he explained the situation. Kushina looked as scared as Abito. Think, is there any way to track him and figure out where he is? Abito thought for a second, then remembered something. He was in a big fight. It would be a while before whoever took him's chakra would die down. It would leave traces that my Sharingan can see. Kushina nodded. Get moving. I'm going to go tell the Hokage and see what he can do. Abito and Rin got up and grabbed everything that they needed. Kakashi was in major danger here. They had to save him. Abito and Rin were running as fast as their legs could manage. His Sharingan was on full blast, the chakra traces were starting to get more faint, but there was still more than enough to track them with. They were both dying for a break, but Kakashi's life was at stake here. They couldn't risk even a few seconds. Rin realized exactly where these tracks were leading them. Abito-kun, we're about to enter the water country. They're taking him to the hidden mist. Abito knew that must be true, but that still didn't make sense. The mist? Why do they want him? Aren't they pretty much out of this war? Rin had no idea either. No clue, it doesn't make sense. They've got nothing to gain from taking Kakashi. They don't even know who he is. Abito thought about it. Maybe it wasn't about Kakashi. Maybe he was just a victim of chance. The mist might have been looking for anyone and Kakashi was just there for the taking. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Rin figured that sounded right. She couldn't think of any other reason. If it really was the mist, this might not be easy. Kushina screamed at the Hokage. What do you mean it'll be an hour before you can send a team? The Hokage rubbed his temples. I don't like it either. But that's the earliest I can have a team ready. There's nothing I can do. With this war going the way it is, I'm stretched thin as it is.
Kushina, I'm sorry.
Kushina ground her teeth. She knew he was doing all he could, but that didn't make it any easier. Fine, then send me. Sarutobi sighed. You know good and well I can't do that. The moment you leave the village, the cloud will know. Kushina. Kushina stopped him. I know. There's nothing you can do. Just shut up and let me be scared. All right? Sarutobi puffed on his pipe and closed his eyes. He prayed those kids came back alive. Kakashi was stumbling. He felt like he was about to explode. The mist ninjas watched as the Kakashi did his best to get his bearings. He wasn't even sure what was going on. He remembered that he escaped from the mist ninjas and now they were chasing. Kakashi thought hard. Where was he? What happened last night? Pieces of last night slowly but surely started to come back to him. Kakashi was tied to massive pole. They had drugged him beforehand. He looked out at the water in front of him. A massive white creature with 3 tails. It looked like some kind of turtle. It definitely had a shell. A bunch of mist ninjas surrounded the creature, and one of them walked up to him. They ripped off Kakashi's shirt. Hard to put a seal on you if you've got that thing on you. Another was looking over some scrolls. Are you sure that this seal will break once we put his body under too much stress? The other one nodded. Of course, we hand-deliver him back to the leaf, and once he enters we force him to realce the 3 tails. The leaf will be destroyed. The ninja looked at him and put a hand to his stomach, while another was on the back of the turtle thing. Time to begin. Kakashi screamed in pain and soon it all faded to black. Kakashi remembered everything but how he escaped. Wait, no, he remembered that too. He used what power he had to activate his Chidori. The mist ninjas hadn't expected him to have any fight left him, so when he activated his Chidori and shocked the mist ninjas, naturally they jumped away. He couldn't go to the leaf. If he did that, everyone would die. What the hell was he supposed to do? A voice sounded from above him. Not a BA escaped, but I'm afraid we'll have to knock you out and bring back to the leaf now. We've got one last chance in this war, and you aren't going to lose it for us. Kakashi was about to fire back when he heard another voice. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A bunch of small fireball erupted from the trees, hitting the ninja square in the chest. The balls exploded in a massive wave of fire. Kakashi gave a sigh of relief and mumbled, Abito. Rin landed next to Kakashi. Are you okay? What did they do to you? Kakashi was barely able to speak. Tailed beast inside of me. Rin went wide-eyed. A tailed beast inside of you. Why? Kakashi wasn't feeling well. Weak. Seal. Release. In village. Rin suddenly understood. Don't worry, Kakashi. We'll get you to Sensei and he'll stabilize the seal. Kakashi shook his head. No. Time. Rin screamed at him. Kakashi, we're not just going to give up on you. Abito jumped down. I think they're backing off a little. How's Kakashi? Rin was starting to try and use her medical knowledge to stabilize him. They sealed a tailed beast in him. They want him to realce it in the leaf. Kakashi started to cough. Rin? It's not working. Rin was crying. Shut up and let me work. Kakashi took something out of his pocket and put in Abito's hand. It was a kunai. Abito? I need you to. Abito couldn't believe what Kakashi was asking of him. Kakashi! No, just let Rin fix you up, you'll be fine. Kakashi pointed up to the trees. Abito! Look! He looked up to a mist ninja in the tree, to which Abito responded by throwing a kunai. The mist ninja jumped away and Abito sent a fireball at one who was off in the distance. Kakashi put another kunai in his hand. They won't stop. No, time. Do it. Abito held the kunai tight. Rin-chan, can you fix him if I give you cover? Rin wasn't sure. There's so much damage, if gets put under much more stress he'll realce the tailed beast. Kakashi looked at Abito. Please? I don't want to hurt my friends. Abito looked down at the ground. Rin-chan, step back. Rin was crying. She knew there was no other choice. She put her hands on her chest. I'm sorry, Kakashi. Obito put the kunai over his chest. Kakashi. Kakashi was smiling under his mask. I'm glad. You were my friends. I was happy. Thank you, both, for everything. Tell Sensei and Kushina. Same thing. Abito couldn't listen anymore. He plunged the kunai into Kakashi's chest, and like that it was over. His pulse stopped and his eyes closed. One of the mist ninja. That little prick just killed out secret weapon. Abito growled. He wasn't a weapon, he was my friend. The mist ninja scoffed. I don't care who he was to you, he was weapon to us. And thanks to you, he's useless. Abito looked up and Rin gasped. Abito-ku in your eyes. Rin showed Abito his reflection in her headband. His eyes had some kind of strange three-pronged shuriken. He had no idea what was happening, but he wasn't going to question it right now. The mist ninja was getting irritated. If you're done looking into each other's eyes, I think it's time we finish this. Abito looked up at him with hard eyes. Before he knew it, the mist ninja burst into some kind of black flames. He screamed as the flame consumed him completely, leaving no trace of him behind. The other mist ninjas watched in awe. Our mission over, and I don't know what the fuck he just did. Let's get out of here, people. Rin looked at her boyfriend to find a small amount of blood leaking from his eyes. She was about to ask him about it when he picked up Kakashi and said in a sad voice, I don't know what all this means, but for now I think we should just get Kakashi's body back home and then figure out what we can. Rin wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded. All she wanted to do was get back to the village at this point. Madara heard the sound of Zetsu approaching and opened his eyes. What do you want, Zetsu? I'm very tired today. Zetsu was suddenly very glad he had a good reason for seeing him. Sir, Abito Uchiha, the boy we were looking at before, has developed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now that caught Madara's attention. How did this occur? Zetsu explained that he had been watching the boy's father, but when Abito went chase after his friend, he decided to go and see what was happening as Madara wanted tabs kept on Abito as well. Zetsu finished his story. Once the Abito killed Kakashi at his request, the eyes of course appeared. After he killed one of Mist Ninja with the Amaterasu, they fled out of fear. Sir, what does this mean for us? Madara thought for a moment. It means that we tell his father of this new development. Zetsu didn't understand. But why? What do we stand to gain from that? Madara gave a dark smile. I also want you to tell him the secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan. All of it. With a little push, we might improve our soldier even more than I originally hoped. Zetsu still didn't like the idea of using Otsuka. Sir, I know that you don't think I know what I'm talking about, but this man is not the right choice. He's far too reckless, and he'll never truly understand Mangekyo even if we do make sure he can't go blind from them. I'm telling you, this man is not the right choice. We should keep searching. Madara was surprised at Zetsu's outburst. Because you seem so certain, I will take note of your concerns. Thank you. Zetsu bowed. Thank you, sir. That's all. Madara watched as his faithful creation left. He had never seen him like that before. It wasn't like him to argue, so he must have really felt Otsuka was poor choice. Madara would consider other possibilities for his successor for now, but would keep Otsuka in mind. Kushina stood at the village gates, waiting for either the backup team or Abito and Rin. After what seemed like an eternity, finally she saw two figures heading towards her. Wait, two, and what were they carrying? No, it couldn't be. Oh God, no. Kushina ran out to meet them. What happened? Abito placed Kakashi's body on the ground. They were going to use him as weapon? He asked me to. Kushina was starting to piece together a little bit what happened, but still wasn't sure all of what transpired. As much as she hated it, they needed to go see the Hokage. Come on. Something tells me you're not going to want to explain this twice, and something tells me I'm not going to want to hear this twice. They all began to walk with tears in their eyes and Kakashi's body in Abito's arms. Abito looked at Kushina. He wanted me to thank you. He said he was glad you're in his life. He said thanks to all of us he was happy. Rin was starting to cry again, and Kushina was wondering how they would tell Minato. Abito simply thought about those he had lost. His brother who he never got to know. His mother who he couldn't see at her own request. And now his best friend. He swore that he would make all of their sacrifices mean something, and nothing could stop him. Minato couldn't believe his eyes. Kakashi corpse right in front. He had had Obito repeat the story half a dozen times before all of it sunk in. Not only his team, but all of Leaf was heartbroken at the loss. Kakashi was one of their prodigies, truly something amazing. Losing him was something none thought would happen so soon. The most upset were the Uchihas, but not because of Kakashi's death. The Mangekyo Sharingan was the stuff of legends, and the fact that Obito wouldn't let them study it or tell them how he activated it was infuriating to them. Kakashi's funeral was 3 away, leaving his entire team to prepare as he had no other family. Team Minato was really its own family now, as none of them had any other blood relatives. Abidito left his clan, Kushina's was destroyed, Minato was an orphan, and Rin had no living relatives left. They were their own little family and they would stick together through all of this. Rin had been very nervous about Obito's eyes, as was Kushina and Minato when they heard about it. Obito-kun, I saw your eyes bleed. You aren't scared about that? Minato nodded. We don't know anything about the Mangekyo Sharingan. We don't even know had you activated it yet. Someone should look it and see if they can figure anything out. Obito rolled his eyes. And who do you know that we can trust to do that? Minato knew exactly who. Jiraiya-sensei's in town and Tsunade owes him a favor. Kushina smiled a bit at Jiraiya's name. She hated the old pervert at first, but once you got to know him, he was a good guy with a few flaws. After a while, you couldn't help but like the man. Wait, Tsunade owes Jiraiya a favor, and he hasn't tried to use in some perverted way yet? Minato scratched the back of his head. Well, he has, but Tsunade said she didn't owe him that much. I'll see if I can't get Sensei to get her to take a look at Obito. Obito had to admit it was a good idea. Fine. I guess it's for the best. Rin was relieved. Obito was gonna get his eye checked out. By the finest medical ninja in the world to boot. The whole team was breathing a little easier at that. Jiraiya groaned. But I was gonna use that favor for something kinky. Minato gave him a, yeah right, look. Jiraiya-sensei. You know that was never gonna happen. Besides, you owe me for getting away from that mob of angry women last month. Jiraiya looked off into space. Oh yeah, that was some good research I got that day. Minato nodded. So you'll get her? Jiraiya sighed. Fine. But it's probably gonna take more than just the favor to get her here. I'm probably gonna have to pay off some of her gambling debts too. Minato grinned. And I thank you for doing it. Jiraiya scrathed his chin. Well, lucky for you she's in a gambling town not far from here. I'll have her here the day after the funeral. Minato winced at the mention of the funeral. Yeah, that's not gonna be a fun day. Jiraiya looked sympathetically at his student. I'm sorry, kid. I really don't know what to tell you. I promise I'll be there. Minato started walking back home. Thanks, that means a lot. Jiraiya watched his student leave. He didn't envy what Minato was going through. The 3 days to Kakashi's funeral passed by very quickly. Everyone found themselves training harder than ever to try and keep their minds off of things. Obito still wouldn't use his Mangekyo Sharingan at the request of his friends, but he did discover that he could activate his normal Sharingan without activating the Mangekyo version. When the day finally came, everyone dressed in the traditional black attire and headed to the memorial stone. A new spot was dug out for Kakashi, whose coffin was set next to the hole. Rin and Kushina were the first to cry at that sight. Obito and Minato didn't show it, but they were fighting back tears as well. The rest of their graduating class was there as well, along with several of Minato's friends who came to support him. Jiraiya put a hand on Minato's shoulder and gave him his condolences. They all chatted quietly until the Hokage appeared. Everyone grew silent and the Hokage cleared his throat. Hello everyone. If you would sit down, we'll begin. They all did just that, and the Hokage sighed. As always, we will start with some words from his friends. I believe Minato requested to go first. Minato took a deep breath and stood up. He walked up to the front and looked out at the crowd. Kakashi Hatake was my student. He had more raw talent than any student I've ever seen. At first he lacked teamwork, but before long we became a true team. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin grew closer every day. It was my honor to teach the 3 of them. He was a fantastic ninja and good person, and I'll never forget him. There were some applause and Abito looked at Rin. Do you want to go up together? Rin wiped her eye and nodded. Yeah, let's go. They held hands and walked up in front everyone. Rin spoke first. When I first met Kakashi, I was like every other girl in my class. I thought that he was some dreamy loner who I could save him. Of course I was wrong, he never needed saving to begin with. He just needed someone to show him that, even after his father's death, he wasn't alone. Goodbye, Kakashi. Rin was choked up by the end, so Obito started. Kakashi was my best friend and my rival. For as long as I can remember, I've been competing with him for one thing or another. Looks like he beat me in the race to the grave too. Kakashi's last words were to thank me and the others for making his happy. But he didn't need to thank me. It was my honor, it was the one thing I could do that he couldn't. Get him to open up. Thanks, Kakashi. For everything. They all went and sat back down. The day continued as Kakashi was buried. Many tears were shed, and the day came to an end. A new name had been added to the memorial stone. The day after the funeral, Tsunade came to Minato's to take a look at Abito with her assistant Shizune. She wasn't happy to be back in the leaf and was trying to get out as soon as possible. You're Abito? Abito nodded. Well then get the hell over here and let's get this over with. Tsunade pulled some scrolls out of her bag and read them over, then put a hand up to Abito's eye. Abito activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and Tsunade placed her glowing green hand on the eye. After a few moments, she mumbled to herself and wrote something down and gave its scroll to Shizune. Looks like my grandfather's notes were right. Abito didn't understand. Your grandfather's notes? Tsunade showed him the scroll she had been reading. Minato told me that you've been using my grandfather's processes to study your bloodline. Well, my grandfather took down some notes on the Sharingan when he was doing his own research about wood reals. Abito was curious, and he found. Tsunade was writing in her scroll again. The Mangekyo Sharingan is incomplete. He noticed Madara started to go blind after he activated his, because he didn't know about the effects. I'm not going to go into detail as you wouldn't understand, but all you need to know is the longer you use the Mangekyo Sharingan, the more likely you are to go blind. The regular is just fine. But Mangekyo is more of a curse than advantage. Abito didn't like the sound of that. What about the black flames I used? Tsunade stopped writing and showed him a spot in the scroll. Amaterasu. It completely destroys whatever it's used on. One of the Mangekyo's most powerful attacks. I'm gonna guess you used it accidentally by focusing your killer intent on one of the mist ninjas. When you have your Mangekyo active, you have to be careful with your killer intent as it can set off the Amaterasu. Abito frowned. So how did I activate it? Tsunade wasn't sure how to say this. Well, it's obtained by killing someone you have an extreme emotional attachment to. So when you killed Kakashi, it activated. Rin didn't like the idea of Abito going blind. Is there anything he can do to avoid going blind? Tsunade frowned. Other than use it as little as possible, my grandfather and Madara theorized that by transferring one set of Mangekyo Sharingan to another, you can avoid going blind altogether due to reasons that, again, are too complicated to go into. Abito cringed at that. Sounds like I'll just avoid using it. Tsunade packed her things. Great. We all understand what happened. Now if you'll excuse me, Shizune and I need to get going. Shizune looked less excited, but of course agreed. Yes, Lady Tsunade. They left the building and Rin turned to her friends. I'll be right back. I want to ask her something. They all nodded and Rin ran outside to meet Tsunade. She yelled after her. Lady Tsunade, hold on. Tsunade groaned. What do you want? Rin ran up to her. Lady Tsunade, I need your help with something. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Yeah, I figured that much. Shizune looked at her mentor. No need to be rude. Rin looked at Tsunade with determined eyes. I've lost my parents and one of my closest friends in the same week. From what I understand, you had a similar situation with your brother and lover. I don't want to just sit around feeling sorry for myself. I want to get stronger. Lady Tsunade, I need you to be my sensei. Tsunade laughed. You got guts, kid. But Shizune's my last student. There's nothing you can say to change my mind. Rin kept staring. No. Tsunade raised her eyebrow. Excuse me. Rin wasn't backing down. I said no. You're going to be my sensei. I'm not losing anyone else. You've gone through a lot. I know you know how much pain losing someone is. There's nothing you can say to change my mind either. Tsunade frowned. You want to bet? Rin smirked. You always lose your bets. Tsunade couldn't keep a straight face. She smirked right back at the girl. Well played. I've heard you're a prodigy with medical ninjutsu. Tell you what, if you can learn a medical jutsu of my choice by the end of the week, I'll stay and train you. If you don't, I leave. Rin shook her hand. Deal. Get ready to find your old place because you're staying here. Tsunade walked. We'll see, Ms. No Era, we'll see. I'll have a jutsu chosen by tomorrow. See you then. Shizun was grinning from ear to ear. She ran up to Rin. I'm rooting for you. If you win this, Lady Tsunade will finally stay in the leaf again. Tsunade yelled back to her assistant. Shizun, let's get moving. I've got booze to drink and money to blow. Shizun waved goodbye and ran off. Coming, Lady Tsunade. Rin did. She had gotten Tsunade to give he a chance. She wasn't going to waste this. She was going to get this jutsu completed and she would get Tsunade to stay. For Obito's sake, for all of her friends' sake, she would become one of the greatest medical ninjas the world's ever seen. Her friends would be safe. She would make sure of that. Rin suddenly felt terrified. You want me to learn what? Tsunade grinned. My super strength technique. I use chakra to do it, therefore it's a jutsu. I already know you're good with medical ninjutsu. Now I need to make sure you can fight. Rin was sweating bullets. Will you at least teach me how you do that so I practice? Tsunade smacked her forehead. Well, yeah. I'm going to be fair after all. It's actually not as difficult as you'd think. Rin had a hard time believing that. How so? Tsunade went into teacher mode. Medical ninjutsu is of course focused largely on chakra control. What you do it focus your chakra so that it increases the force in the respective area you intend to use on your opponent, and forms a protective shell around your body so that you don't do large amounts of damage to yourself when striking someone else. Rin had to admit, it did sound simple. So why isn't everyone doing this? Tsunade shrugged. First, it takes a lot of chakra control, and second, while actually doing it is easy for someone with your control, using to effective levels is still very hard to learn. Rin was pretty sure she got the picture. Easy to learn, hard to master. So, how far do I have to get for me to win the bet? Tsunade pointed to a boulder that was about as tall as she was, and about 3 times as wide. Once you can crush that with one punch, you pass. Rin went pale. What the hell had she gotten herself into? Tuhia watched as her husband continued to drown his sorrow in alcohol, mumbling to himself about some traitor. She felt no sympathy for him. He killed her son after all. Naturally, she had been keeping a close eye on her husband to make sure he didn't do anything rash. They may be cruel and insane, but he was still a decent ninja. Well, when he wasn't drunk off his ass anyway. Tuhia remembered the man she fell in love with, the man who swore they could escape the Uchiha clan. The man who said they could start a family somewhere, no ninjas, no clan, just peace in some small village. That man was dead now, and in his place stood an empty shell that did as the Uchiha clan asked of him when they asked it. She hated that man. Otsuka stood up and began to wobble to the door. I need to end this. That boy is my son, and he will not disobey his father. Either he comes home willing or in a body bag. Tuhia ran up to him. Otsuka, sit down. You're drunk and going to get yourself killed. Otsuka turned to her and scowled. Shut up, you bitch. This is your fault anyway. You finally give me a strong son and he abandoned us. You're worthless. All of this is your fault. Tuhia's eye twitched. Don't you dare say that. I didn't beat my son to death. Otsuka snorted. I did what I had to, what you forced me to do. At that, Tuhia snapped. You bastard. How dare you? I loved Wahiko. I cried for weeks after you killed him. Otsuka took another swig from his bottle. Please, you think that I care about how much you cried? The only thing that matters in this world is respect. And once I kill Abito, I'll have more than enough of that. Otsuka turned around and Tuhia grabbed a kitchen knife. You already killed one of my babies. You won't take the other. Otsuka was about to turn around to respond when he felt it. He looked down at where the sharp pain was coming from and saw the tip of a knife and blood pouring down his chest. Blood was coming from his mouth. You bitch! Gee. It wasn't long before Otsuka fell to the ground. dead a doornail. Tuhia spit on his corpse. That's for Wahiko. A voice came from behind her. Well, when I was told to watch Otuka, this really wasn't what I expected. Was he your best friend? She didn't pay much mind to the strange white plant-like creature behind her. He was my only friends. He didn't let me talk to others really. Zetsu saw the three-pronged shuriken spinning Tuhia's eyes. Oh, I think I found something Leader-sama's going to like. Page break. Rin charged at the rock and jumped into the air. First, she filled her first fist with as much chakra as she could manage without losing the amount she needed to protect herself. Then, she surrounded her fist with chakra to keep from breaking the bones in her fist. She gave everything she had and punched the rock directly in the middle. There were several cracks in it, but it didn't actually break. Rin sighed. The rock was about the same size as the one she had to break to win against Tsunade. She only had 3 days left until Tsunade left. Dusting herself off, she got up and prepared to go again. No way in hell was she going to lose this bet. Tuhia listened to Zetsu's plan. She had to admit it sounded good on paper. She repeated it to herself. So, we give my eyes to Obito and make it look like I committed suicide after killing Otuka? Zetsu nodded. Yes, then I steal Obito's eye right out from under them for you so that neither of you go blind. You'll both have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Tuhia still didn't understand that. You still haven't told me how you're going to get the eyes without raising suspicion. Zetsu chuckled. Oh, getting them will be easy. And as for making sure that they're not going to look into it, I've already got that one figured out. You see, Abito will get your eyes, and in your note you'll specifically say that you don't want his eye to fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan. You'll tell him to leave them in your personal family safe for safekeeping just in case there's ever a reason they are needed, which we will then retrieve after he puts them in there. Tuhia had to admit, it was a good plan, and Madara's plan will really work. I can have a world where Wahiko and Abito would have been raised together? Zetsu was right about this girl. She was perfect. Of course, we'll revive Madara later. Also, we'll implant you with some of the first Hokage's genes so you can form a Rinnegan. Tuhia raised an eyebrow. Form a Rinnegan? Zetsu smiled. Yup, when you combine the DNA of the Senju and the Uchiha, the Rinnegan forms. One of your Sharingan will become a Rinnegan, making you even stronger. Tuhia was all in. I only have request. Zetsu shrugged. And that is? Tuhia scowled. One day, I can come back and destroy this hellhole they call a clan. It needs to be destroyed. Zetsu couldn't believe this. It was too perfect. I don't see why not. Shall we get started? Tuhia was ready. It was time for her to leave this clan and start anew, to build a perfect world for everyone, for her sons especially. Tsunade stood in front of Rin, eager to see how she did in the bet. All right, Rin. Let's see how you did. I'm giving you one shoot at this, so make it count. Shizen smiled at Rin. Good luck, Rin-chan. Rin looked around. Half the village was there. The idea of Tsunade staying in the village was big news. Abito went up to her. Good luck, Rin-chan. I know you can do this. Jiraiya stood next to Minato. Looks like Rin might be training with Tsunade from now on. Minato didn't mind in the least. She can teach Rin a lot more about medical stuff than I can. If she's willing, then I'll happily step aside. Kushina was standing near them cheering on Rin. The only thing she was really missing was Banner. Go Rin, you've got this. Rin thanked them all, went over and stood 10 feet from the boulder. Slowly but surely she started running at it. She started closing in on the boulder and focused her chakra. Just a few more feet to go. Jumping, she struck it dead center. Cracks began to form. Slowly the cracks got bigger and bigger. Everyone held their breath until finally, it crumbled. The crowd cheered, and Rin jumped for joy. Tsunade shook her head. All right, I guess I really can't win a bet. You win, I'll train you. But don't you dare slack off for even a second. This isn't something just anyone gets to do. Rin couldn't stop smiling. Of course. Thank you so much, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade waved her off and left. Shizen ran over and hugged Rin. We're gonna be such great friends. This is so awesome. I'll see you soon, I promise. Abito couldn't have been happier. Congrats, Rin-chan. You're gonna do awesome with Lady Tsunade. Rin jumped in his arms and gave him a big kiss. This amazing. I'm being taught be the greatest medical ninja ever to live. Abito was about to respond when an Uchiha walked up to him. Hey traitor, your parents are dead. Mom killed your dad, then killed herself. They're saying she jumped off a cliff. Says she left everything important to you in the family safe. You'll find her note there. We don't really care what's in there. Just get it and leave. It's a nice house we could have others living in. Hurry up about it too. Abito blinked a few times and said, okay. I'll be over in just a little while. I've just got to get something to pack everything in. Give me about an hour. The Uchiha didn't seem to care. Yeah. Just clean it out before the end of the day. All that stuff should be ours. But your mother left all her stuff in your name, so the Hokage won't let us have it. Abito was resisting the urge to punch the man. I get it, you can leave now. The Uchiha left, looking just as emotionless as when he left. Rin looked at her boyfriend. You okay? Abito was surprisingly calm. A little sad about my mom, but she always wanted to escape the Uchiha clan. I think it's for the best in the end. I'm gonna head to home to grab some stuff to put whatever's in that safe in. Rin nodded. Of course, I'm gonna go grab some stuff from my old house. I'm staying with you guys from now on. Abito's eyes went very wide-eyed. Wow, that's insane. Only 14 and we live together. Rin giggled. Relax, it's not like we're by ourselves. Senseis and Kushina will be there. Abito gave her kiss goodbye. Good point. I'll be back soon. Rin walked away. See you then. Abito, looking at the family safe, considered his options. He could just take everything out of it the simple route, but that didn't seem like a good solution. After all, another family would be moving in here soon. Yeah, he would just take the safe back home. It was small enough after all. He picked it up, it wasn't too heavy, so it wasn't that hard. Abito got back and put the combination of the safe. 32-15-27, the same as always. He opened the safe and couldn't believe what he saw inside. It was a set of eyes floating in a jar. Mangekyo Sharingan to be exact. Abito realized what this was. His mother killed his father. An extreme emotional attachment. She had activated the eyes. He had not idea how she knew about the transfer fixing the blindness, but that didn't really matter at this point. He read the note she left. There wasn't really a lot to it though. Apparently she had heard about the transfer from old Uchiha legends. Wait, he remembered that all the legends about the Mangekyo Sharingan. There were tons of them floating around in the Uchiha clan. No one knew for sure which ones were true. He kept reading. Apparently she wanted him to keep the safe and put his eyes in it. He was only to open it if he absolutely had to, otherwise keep it closed and never go near it. Just as he finished reading, Minato walked in. This was going to be one hell of story for him. Minato, Kushina, Rin, Tsunade, Shizune, and the Hokage looked at Abito in awe. Rin just kept looking jar in his hands, then back at his face. So your mom killed your dad? Abito nodded. Yup. Rin kept going. Took her newfound Mangekyo Sharingan out of her head. Abito nodded again. Yeah. Took him out of her own head and jumped off cliff according to her note. Rin wasn't believe the words that were coming out of her own mouth. And she wants you to put her eyes in your head so that you don't go blind, while putting your eyes in a safe that we can never open unless things get really bad. Abito just kept nodding. That's about the size of it. Rin looked at her new sensei. Is this really a good idea? Will it actually work? Tsunade wasn't nearly as skeptical. Of course, my grandfather's notes were perfect. The way I see it, she wanted Abito to have these eyes, not to mention they'll make him nearly unstoppable. I say we do it as soon as possible. Abito looked at his surrogate family. You guys are sure about this? I'm not making a mistake? Minato shook his head. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm all for this. Kushina agreed completely. It was your mother's last request. It would be an insult not to. Rin hugged him. I don't want you to go blind, Abito-kun, and if these eyes will make you stronger, then we should definitely do this. Abito turned to Tsunade. All right then. I'm in. When do we do this? Tsunade thought about it for a second. Give me a couple hours to brush up on a few things, but we shouldn't wait too long. The sooner then in your head, the better. I'll be back in 2 hours to do the procedure. Well, to take you to the hospital so we can do the procedure anyway. Abito watched Tsunade leave, Rin going after her as this was a good learning opportunity. It was hard to believe just 6 months ago he was the dead last of his graduating class. Abito looked around the room and gave a small gulp. There were a lot of interesting tools in this room. Tsunade saw his look and laughed. Relax, Gaki. Nothing in here is going to be used on you except for the knockout gas. Abito gave a sigh of relief. Good. Half the stuff in here looks like torture devices. Tsunade grinned. Half of them are. Things can have two uses, you know. Abito laughed nervously. Haha. Hilarious. Why don't you just tell me what you're going to do? Rin gave him a small kiss on the cheek. It's pretty easy. She'll take the eyes out of head, making sure that they're not damaged while she does it. Then, she puts your mother's eyes in while connecting the proper receivers. Simple. Abito thought that didn't sound too bad. Alright, I guess that doesn't sound too crazy. How long will it take? Shizen answered that one. Just under half an hour, so not too long. It can be done in 10, but we want to make sure it's done correctly. Tsunade handed him the gas mask. Here, time for a nap. When you wake up, your eyes will feel a little strange at first, but before long it'll be like nothing's changed. Abito put the mask on. Guess it was time. He had faith in Tsunade's abilities. It would be over in no time. Before he knew it, Abito's eyes started to open. It was pretty weird, to be honest, kind of like the first time you put on new glasses. Everything seemed kind of clearer. Rin walked up to him. How do you feel? Abito blinked a couple times. A little different. Not bad or anything, just kind of strange. Shizen wrote that down. Sounds about right. No pain at all. Abito didn't feel a thing. Nope, none. Like I said, just sorta weird. Shizen liked the sound of that. Great. That means the surgery went perfectly. You can start training with your new eyes whenever you like. Lady Tsunade should be back with your old eyes in just a second. She's just making sure the eyes will be preserved properly. Even with the way we're preserving them, it's still not a sure thing they won't decompose. The only way to preserve them and make sure they're still usable is to put them special chemical. Unfortunately, the chemical will still decompose the eyes slowly over time. But it's the best we've got. Tsunade walked in at that moment holding a jar. Here you go, Abito. Get this in the family safe ASAP. We don't want the Uchiha finding out we have any spares lying around. Abito grabbed it and put it in his coat. Alright, see you at home, Rinchan. See you later, Tsunade-sama. Shizen. Abito went out the door and Tsunade rubbed her hands together. Alright, Rin. Time to officially start your training. Rin looked like she had stars in her eye. She was actually going to train with Tsunade Senju. This was amazing. Madara looked at the woman across the way with curious eyes. Her own eyes were gone now as they were waiting for Zetsu to retrieve her new ones. This Tuhia girl was of course very surprised to find out Madara was alive, and even more surprised to see what kind of condition he was actually in. Tuhia decided she would break the awkward silence between the two. Zetsu said that your plan will make so that I can see Wahiko again, raise him alongside Abito. Is that true? Madara had to admit the girl knew about loss. That much he could respect. Yes, with the Moon Eye plan anything is possible. What makes you think you can complete this? Tuhia paused. Well, first of all I have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Secondly, I'm completely committed to this plan. When it comes to reuniting my family, nothing will stop me. Madara gave one of his dark smiles. Zetsu was right, she's perfect. Zetsu appeared out of the ground as Madara was thinking. I've got the eyes. Took them out of the jar and put them in a new jar just like you said. Odds are, it won't be opened for ages, and when they do they'll think the eyes decomposed. Madara stood up and walked to Zetsu. He put his on the side of his body that didn't have an arm. You've done well. Now I've got one last gift for all of you. Zetsu started to form a black half. Now this half will have my very will inside of it. He will help you and is more than capable of transferring the eyes with the equipment around here. When the time is right, you will revive me. Until then, you will pose as my daughter in secret. Everything else you need to know is my notes. Good luck. Tuhia Uchiha. Tuhia gave a dark smile similar to Madara's. Actually, father, it's Tori now. White Zetsu chuckled. He had two sides now. This is going to be fun. Abito and Rin's training started to ramp after the surgery was done. The two of them spent months training like mad. Rin, of course, was training hard with her medical ninjutsu and making major progress. Tsunade said she hadn't seen anyone this naturally talented as a medic since she started training Shizun. It looked like Rin would be Jonin level in no time at all. Abito was growing at a rate that people couldn't believe. Thanks to his eternal Makaigo sharingan, all areas of his training were improving in leaps and bounds. He had even managed to beat Kurenai in Jinjutsu, much to her dismay. She doubled her training after Obito did that, and Guy wasn't exactly happy either, since Obito was now close to him in Taijutsu. Granted, Guy would still beat him in a Taijutsu-only fight hands down, but Obito was still able to give him a run for his money. In ninjutsu, he had simply copied somewhere in the range of 300 different jutsus. He stopped counting at 256, just wasn't really a reason to. Not to mention the fact that he could now use Amaterasu with no side effects at all. At 14 years old, almost the whole village was calling for him to be made a Jonin. Almost. The Uchiha clan now despised Obito more than ever, as he was accomplishing things none of them could. Fugaku, despite his best efforts, was unable to get Obito to let them study his eyes. Yet they had new friends as well. Shizun and Tsunade were quickly added to their little family with open arms. Rin and Shizun were pretty much best friends at this point, hanging out constantly. Yet the biggest news of all. The war was over. The Mist surrendered after the Kakashi incident. The Rock surrendered after the loss of Canopy Bridge in exchange for the agreement that neither side would be punished. And Cloud surrendered after the death of the third Refuge. Many people were calling for Sarutobi's retirement, as they felt he had been too lenient with war negotiations. He was more than happy to do just that. As long as the war was over, retirement sounded great. The matter of a successor was to be announced in just a few days, and two candidates kept coming up. Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru of the Sannin. Minato bowed to the Hokage. He had no idea why he had been called here. Most likely he was going to be scolded for something. Sarutobi decided to cut to the chase. Minato, as you know, I'll be retiring in just a few short days. Minato nodded. You will be missed. I can't imagine someone replacing you, but I guess Orochimaru will do his best. Sarutobi shook his head. Orochimaru will not be the fourth Hokage. There's too much darkness in his heart. Minato was confused. Then who is then? Tsunade? Sarutobi rolled his eyes. For Pete's sake, man, it's you. You're going to be the next Hokage. Minato couldn't believe this. Wait, seriously, you want me? Sarutobi smiled. Go tell your family the good news. I'll be moving you guys into the Hokage mansion in just a couple days. Minato bowed again and ran to the door. Right. Thank you, sir. I won't let you down. Sarutobi chuckled. Oh, I know, Minato. That's why I picked you. Minato got back in the house and Kushina said hello to him. Hey, Minato-kun. He didn't yell at you too much, did he? Minato smirked. Nope. He actually wanted to have a conversation with me. Kushina stirred the pot she had on the stove. About what? Minato was grinning. Hey everyone. Got some big news today. You might want to come in here. Everyone came into the kitchen and Abito looked at his sensei. What's up? Minato had to admit, he was pretty proud of himself. They've chosen the new Hokage. Tsunade groaned. Oh God. Who'd they sucker into that job? Minato pouted. Hey, they didn't sucker me.
I'm honored.
Kushina ran up and tackled him. Oh, I can't believe this. You're gonna be the fourth Hokage. Rin was jumping up and down. Oh, sensei, this is amazing. Abito looked at Shizun. Man, my sensei's the freaking Hokage. Didn't see that one coming. Shizun shrugged. At least they didn't ask Lady Tsunade. I think she might have actually punted the third right out the window. Minato stood up. Well, looks like we're all gonna have a lot on plate, with these two training and all. Kushina was giddy. And I'm going on missions again. We're all gonna have a ton to do. This is so great. Tsunade grumbled. I kinda wish I had just stayed going from town to town gambling. On that note, all of them laughed. Looks like things were gonna be a little crazy for a while. After Minato was made Hokage, things really started to go well for the Leaf. The war was over and it turned out that Minato was some kind of economical guru. He had the Leaf out of debt that comes with war in no time. Minato had the Leaf flying high once again. Abito and Rin had been made jonin just 6 months after Minato was promoted. Rin was quickly become one of the Leaf's top mednines, and Abito had actually been placed in a bingo book as Mangekyo Menace. All was well in the Leaf, things really were going great, and they were only going to get better. Abito walked by the hot springs to find everyone's favorite white-haired pervert looking inside. You know, you're famous enough to just go sleep with one of those women. Jiraiya didn't even flinch. True, but I'd rather see all of them first. Abito sighed. Why don't you just go get a girlfriend already? You're like 40-something for Pete's sake. Jiraiya shrugged. There aren't any girls that'd take me that I'm interested in. Abito raised an eyebrow. So what one are you interested in? Jiraiya finally pulled his face away from the hot springs. The same girl I've always been interested in, and that is none of your business. Abito rolled his eyes. Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya frowned. How did you? Abito raised his hand to stop him. Don't worry about it. Why don't you just ask her out? Jiraiya looked at the ground. Come on. You know she hates me. Abito was pretty sure that was wrong. No, she hates it when you're a pervert. Just don't try to be funny around her. Jiraiya scratched his head. You got a better idea? Abito smacked his forehead. For God's sake, just be yourself. She hasn't stayed friends with you all these years because you're funny. She's stuck with you because you're always there for her. Jiraiya figured it was worth a try. Fine, but you got some idea to make her see I'm serious about this? Abito was ready to smack him. Stop overthinking this. Just go talk to her. Jiraiya gulped and knocked on the door. He still had no idea what he was going to say. Tsunade opened the door. Oh, it's you. Do you need something? Or did you just come to tell me about your latest escapade? Jiraiya tried to give a genuine smile. Hey Haim, mind if I come in? I'd really like to talk to you. Tsunade let him in. Of course. Something happened? Did you piss of a bunch of the Leaf girls again? Jiraiya pouted. Tsunade, I really have something I want to talk to you about. Tsunade wasn't used to a serious Jiraiya. All right, well then don't keep me waiting. Jiraiya started off simple. Tsunade, you know I like to make jokes with you. Tsunade snorted. Jokes? I don't know if I'd call those nasty little tidbits jokes. Jiraiya wasn't off to a good start. Okay, fair enough. Look, the point is I've made some jokes about wanting you. Well, those weren't all full-on jokes. Tsunade started rubbing her temples. If you want to have sex with me, just say it already. Jiraiya groaned. This isn't about sex. I'm being serious here. Tsunade was really lost now. Jiraiya, what the hell are you trying to say? Jiraiya looked her dead in the eye. Tsunade, you're way more than just some friend to me. After Nawaki died and I couldn't help you, it killed me. Then Dan came along and you were happy again. So I stepped aside. I wanted you to be happy. After he died, you shut everyone out, so I didn't think that would be a good time either. But now that you're back in the village. Tsunade put her finger to his lip to stop him. Jiraiya, are you asking me out? Jiraiya was very quiet for once in his life. Then he spoke up. Well, I'm trying to say a little more than that. Tsunade leaned in close to him. Jiraiya, coming back to the Leaf has made me realize a few things. One of them is that I want to try and move on from Dan. That's what he would have wanted, even Shizune thinks so. I can't think of anyone better to start over with than you. She leaned in closer and kissed him, slowly bringing her tongue into his mouth and massaging his tongue with it while sucking on his bottom lip. When they parted, Jiraiya looked at her. Wow, it was that easy. Just tell you the truth. Tsunade laughed. You always did overthink things, Jiraiya. Jiraiya picked her up bridal style. Oh, I'm not going to be overthinking this one. Jiraiya brought her to the bedroom, Tsunade laughing like a teenager the whole time. Torai looked out at this group that called themselves the Akatsuki. Their goal was peace, but that didn't interest her. Her interest was in Nagato, the boy who Madara gave his sharingan to so that it could form the Rinnegan. This boy would be a key part of their plan. With his Rinnegan, he was invaluable. They had sent these poor souls into a death trap created by Hanzo of Hidden Rain and Danzo of the Hidden Leaf. The leader, Yahiko, was to find one of his closest friends, a girl by the name of Konan, being held at knife point. It was Yahiko's like or Konan's. something that would have Nagato in a very valuable place. He had refused their first offer, but after this he would join them wholeheartedly. Only one thing remained in the way of this plan: the remaining members of the Akatsuki. They were on their way to warn Yahiko, something Tori and Zetsu could not allow. Before long the group came running near them. This was going to be a bloodbath. Shizune and Rin came back looking for Tsunade. Their training was supposed to start half an hour ago. It wasn't like Tsunade to be late. Shizune started calling for her. "Lady Tsunade. Hello, Lady Tsunade. You here?" Rin shrugged. Maybe she isn't home. Suddenly she heard a voice from the bedroom. "Oh God. Faster, you toad sage. Faster." The color drained from the two girls' faces. Shizune started mumbling. I think we should. Rin nodded. "Yeah, we should." They ran out of there as fast as they could manage. They wouldn't soon forget this. Kushina tried to contain her laughter. "They heard you two having sex?" Tsunade shrugged. "Yeah, but they're medneens, they'll get over it. Gotta say, Jiraiya did pretty good. I could hardly walk straight." Jiraiya puffed his chest out in pride. "Got that right." Minato was happy to see that the two were together. "So, how are you two gonna work this out with your character traits?" Jiraiya smirked. "We found a way we could benefit each other with them." Tsunade giggled. "Yup, Jiraiya still gets to write Ika, and I still gamble with the money he makes. The only stipulations are, he can only do research on me, and I can only gamble as much money as we can stand to lose without going broke." Kushina just loved this. "You two really are perfect for each other." Jiraiya gave Tsunade a hug. "I'm not giving up much. I've got the best research subject in the world right here." Tsunade hugged him back. "And I think I've finally made one bet I can win." They all smiled. Things really were going great in the Leaf. Nagato looked at the carnage around him, that vast majority of which he caused. He felt no remorse for it. After all, thanks to them Yahiko was dead. He now had many massive metal poles sticking out of his back. The power that he was feeling was absolutely incredible. Conan looked terrified at everything that had transpired. Just as Conan was about to ask what the hell was going on, a woman appeared. She had most of her face wrapped in bandages up to where her hair was, which was then tied in a pun with two metal sticks keeping it in place. There were also eye holes so that she could see. "Do you understand now the reality of the situation? This world wasn't meant for peace. It's far too cursed for that. Only through my plan can we truly end this world's pain. You will bring to life a new Akatsuki, one that will accomplish Yahiko's dream. With your new power, there's nothing that will stand in your way." Nagato got up, all kindness gone from his eyes. "I will sow this world pain, only then can it mature and grow. We must create pain to end pain, and with your help we can do that. As you wish, Tori, I shall recreate the Akatsuki in this new image. Together, we shall save this world from itself." Tori was smiling under her bandages. All was falling in place. Page break. The Hidden Leaf was abuzz with great news. After just 3 months of dating, Jiraiya and Tsunade were going to get married. The two legendary Sannin being joined in marriage was a massive deal for the village. These were two of the strongest shinobi they ever produced after all. It almost made them forget the recent truths about the third Sannin, Orochimaru. His experiments had come to light, and of course he fled the village. Sarutobi simply couldn't bring himself to kill his old student. So when he found the lab, he was unable to stop him. In the end, Sarutobi was still just too kind-hearted. Things in the Leaf just kept changing, mostly for the better. Minato was loved by almost the entire village. Only the old war hawk Danzo still felt Minato was the wrong choice. Danzo had approached Minato several times, insisting that they use the other village's weakness to conquer them before they realized it. Of course, Minato kept telling him he was a fool, and that there was no way in hell he was going to let Danzo get more men killed for no good reason. They were prospering right now. There was no need to go and attack the other villages. The only thing that would lead to is trouble. The council agreed on this matter. To be honest, most of them wanted to be rid of Danzo as well. He was going to get them into serious problems one of these days. He had no respect for other authority, and always thought that the ends justified the means. Sooner or later Danzo was going to get them into some kind of massive bloodbath, and they wanted to be rid of him before he could. Problem was, Danzo had too much power and dirt on other council members to ever be free of him. Still, they all had faith in Minato. He was this village's future. And the future looked very bright. 1 year had passed since Minato was made Hokage, and things were changing fast. With Tsunade and Jiraiya now married, running the village was a piece of cake for Minato. Jiraiya was staying in the leaf since he had Tsunade now, but his spy network was still up and running. All it took was a few little adjustments and it basically ran itself. Tsunade ran the hospital, which wasn't as easy as she had thought it'd be. It was ridiculous how much the quality of the medics went down when she left. Luckily, she had gotten things pretty close to up and running again. They had the talent, all they were missing was the proper teaching. Sarutobi was now giving the education system a complete overhaul. He was the most successful sensei in the leaf after all. The only thing that really needed to be changed was how everyone had to learn the same thing. What they should be doing is testing the chakra levels, natural endurance, and various other things and making a special plan based around what the students' particular talents were. Abito and Rin had been getting closer and closer as the days went by. They had even moved on to more exciting activities. Naturally, they were making sure that Kushina and Minato didn't know about any of this. Rin had told Abito that most of her family was infertile, hence why she didn't have any family left. The odds of Rin getting pregnant were less than 1%, plus they were still using protection. Thanks to that, Abito was much less nervous about it. Yup, things were in full bloom for the couples of the leaf. But things were about to change very quickly. 2 more months passed, and Tsunade came to Jiraiya with some rather big news. "You're what?" Tsunade was visibly sweating. "Pregnant, Jiraiya? I'm pregnant." Jiraiya wasn't sure how to respond to this. But, isn't that kind of unlikely at our age? Tsunade shrugged. "Unlikely, yes, impossible, no. Jiraiya, are you okay with this?" Jiraiya was quiet for a while, then he started to smile. "So, I'm gonna be a dad. Wow, that actually sounds, well, kinda great. I've always wanted kids. Just thought that ship had sailed already. What about you? Are you okay with this?" Tsunade was relieved that he was happy. "You know what? I'm feeling pretty much the same way you are. Something about being a mom just feels right to me." Jiraiya jumped up. "Well, in that case, let's go spread the good word. Wonder how Sensei's gonna react to this Minato too. This is really gonna be a shock to them." Tsunade gave small laugh. "Sensei's gonna love it, and as for Minato, well, I think he's just gonna be nervous we won't be around to help him as much." Jiraiya disagreed. "Nah, he's just gonna be trying to keep Kushina from bouncing off the walls." Tsunade had everyone gathered around in the Namikaze's living room. "Alright people, we've got something major I just found out today." Kushina raised an eyebrow. "Alright, what?" Tsunade was smiling. "Oh, just that certain someone is pregnant." Rin gasped. "How did you know? I haven't even told Abito yet." Tsunade's eyes shot wide open. "I was talking about me? What's going on with you?" Rin realized she had just outed herself. Well, I'm pregnant." They all heard Abito faint and hit the floor and Kushina turned to Rin. "First of all, I can't believe you've been keeping this from us, and secondly, I can't believe you guys didn't use protection." Rin laughed nervously. "Well, we actually did. The odds of us actually having kids were only 1 in 1,234,000. We felt those were pretty safe odds." Kushina looked at Tsunade. 1 in 1,234,000. Is that right?" Tsunade nodded. "Yup, did the math myself." Minato yelled at that. "Wait, you knew about this and didn't tell." Tsunade shrugged. "You heard the odds. Even I felt that was safe bet. Besides, I didn't actually know they were having sex. I thought she just might have been curious, so I didn't jump to conclusion." Minato smacked his forehead and sighed. "Well, it's not like this is the end of the world at least. We're here to help the 2 of them. They're ninjas too, I guess. Most of us have kids when we're in our teens anyway." Abito woke up. "Did someone really just say I'm gonna be a dad?" Rin nodded. "Well, yeah. Please don't faint again. I'm scared enough as it is." Abito stood up and hugged her. "Don't worry, Rin-chan. We're gonna be just fine." Jiraiya was chuckling. "So, we're gonna have kids the same age. Kinda funny when you think about it." Gotta say though, didn't know Obito would actually be willing. Always seemed too shy to do something like this. Rin and Abidito looked at their feet and blushed. Kushina still wasn't exactly happy, but knew that nothing could be done at this point. We've got 9 months. That'll make you guys parents at 16. For a ninja, that actually isn't that bad. We tend to die pretty young. Back in the whirlpool, they would actually encourage us to have kids as soon as possible. Minato groaned. As if we all weren't busy enough. Kushina gave her husband a kiss on the cheek. Oh please. We all know you hate it when things get boring. I don't know what you'd do with yourself if you didn't have something to do every day. Minato thought about it. Probably visit every ramen stand in the world. They all fell on the floor laughing. Seems like that's how almost all of their conversations ended. Torai looked out new members of the Akatsuki from afar. She still didn't want them to know about her just yet. 2 new members were now among them. Kakuzu, the nearly immortal king of bounty hunters who had 5 hearts, and Orochimaru, a man seeking the power of complete immortality. Zetsu came up next to her out of the ground. Hey there. What do you think of the new recruits? Torai didn't seem to care. Simply more pawns to bring us closer to peace. Nothing more, nothing less. Zetsu frowned a little bit. I don't know. Kakuzu's kind of fun. As long as you aren't pissing him off anyway. Torai still wasn't showing much emotion. Maybe, but as long as they get their job done, I don't really care how fun they are. Zetsu could see he wasn't getting anywhere with her, so he decided to change the subject. So, how come you're only letting Pain know the truth about you? Torai looked at Zetsu like he was an idiot. Simple, if they know about me, there's a higher chance that other people will find out about me. I want myself to be kept a complete secret to the world until I absolutely have to come out into the open. Zetsu still didn't quite get it, but chose to leave it alone. So, what are you going to do now? Torai started to walk away. I'm going to the mist. There's a little project there I'd like to complete. Zetsu waved goodbye. All right then, see you soon. Torai nodded. Yes, see you soon. Keep an eye on Nagato. Him reanimating his old best friend and using him as the leader of the Akatsuki is rather disturbing. The moment we have the chance, we need to force him to revive Madara and get rid of him. Zetsu didn't why they were waiting at all. Why don't we just make him revive Madara now? Torai gave him another, really, you're that ignorant look. If we revive Madara now, word will get out. Nothing as big as that could be kept a secret. Once word of it got out, we'd never have the peace and quiet we need to launch this plan. Once Pain has outlived his usefulness, then we and only then do we revive Madara. Zetsu went back into ground. It was best not to question her, if you say so. After just 2 weeks of the big announcement about the babies, another big announcement came out. Kushina was pregnant. Jiraiya's head was spinning. So let me get this straight, 2 weeks after Tsunade and I have out baby, Rin and Obito will have their baby, and 2 weeks after that Kushina and Minato will have their baby? Kushina had to admit, it was a funny situation. Yeah, kinda crazy. Minato was still slightly in shock. Wow, we're all gonna be parents. On the bright side, at least we can all try and figure this out together. Abito liked the sound of that. Thank God for that. I don't know if could do this without help. Kushina gave him a small glare. Well, if you two had just waited like I said. Abito was irritated. Can we just drop this? Rin's already sad that this is the only kid she's ever gonna get to have. Kushina did feel a little bad about that. They found out that Rin's body would only be able to have 1 child. She would have to have her tubes tied after because her body wouldn't be able to take another carrying a 2nd child. Another thing that ran in her family. Luckily Rin wasn't able to hear them as she had been in the kitchen getting something to drink. She walked back into the living room. Hey Tsunade-sensei, have you picked out a name for your kid yet? Tsunade shook her head. No, we were thinking maybe Mito after my grandmother, or maybe Hiruzen if it's a boy, after sensei. How about you, Rin? Abito piped up. Well, we were thinking Kakashi if it's a boy, to honor his memory. That's who I'm giving Funny Toby's personality. We don't have a girl name yet. Jiraiya looked at Minato. How about you? Any choices for names? Minato smiled. Well, actually I was thinking if it's a boy we'd name them after one of the characters in your book. Tsunade couldn't believe the words that came out of his mouth. What? Which one? Minato raised his hands in defense. Don't worry. I'm talking about the tale of Gutsy Ninja. We were thinking we'd name him Naruto if it's a boy. Kushina giggled. Of course. The fact that that's a ramen topping is a bonus for him. Minato pouted. Hey, I just happen to think that that's a really good name and really good book. Kushina smirked. I know. I'm just teasing. Tsunade leaned back in her chair. As if we weren't all like one massive family already. Once again, they were laughing. That's really why they stuck together in the end. No matter how crazy things got, they could always make each other laugh. No matter what the situation, they only worried about the others in their life. They just kind of fit together. In just 9 months, they would add 3 new people to their family. And lose 2 others. 9 months passed very slowly for the whole group. The men because of the insanity of the women, and the women because of the symptoms that come with pregnancy. There was the mood swings, for one. Rin went from happy to angry, back to happy, and then sad in the span of an hour. Kushina had some of the most bizarre cravings any of them had ever seen. She wanted chocolate-covered sushi. It took Minato making a restaurant make it especially for her just to get it. Jiraiya got lucky, as the pregnancy made Tsunade very frisky. Everyone was knocking on their door several times before they risked going in. Yes, the couples were going absolutely insane, praying that the babies would be out soon. They had found out the genders of the babies as well. Tsunade was having a girl, so they were going with Mito after her grandmother. Rin found out she was having a boy, which meant they were going to name him Kakashi in honor of his memory. Finally, Kushina was having a boy, therefore Naruto won out. Tsunade was due in just a few days, which meant things were about to get very interesting. Jiraiya was fast asleep when it happened, giving him little time to react. He just sort of felt Tsunade shaking him. Jiraiya! Damn it, Jiraiya, get up! Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes. What time is it? Tsunade raised her hand to smack him. That doesn't matter, Jiraiya. My water just broke. They got him alert. Wait, seriously? This time Tsunade did smack him. Of course I'm serious. Now get out of that bed before I grab your balls and pull them up over your head. Jiraiya picked Tsunade up and opened the window. Let's move! Jiraiya got the hospital and didn't even bother talking to the receptionist. She's having a baby? Don't even try to stop me here. Just get a hold of the Hokage and tell him. There was no way in hell the receptionist was arguing with Tusanin. He just ran out to go get the Hokage. Minato was moving as fast as he could. No way he was going to miss the first of the 3 babies being born. Kushina, Abidito, and Rin weren't far behind him. They got to the hospital to find Hiruzen already there, laughing at them. Little anxious, aren't you? Minato's jaw dropped. How the hell did you get here before us? Hiruzen was standing outside the hospital room. Oh, that's easy. I've been messing around at the hospital for the past week. You'd be shocked what you can get away with around here when you pretend you're an insane guy and use a transformation. Minato's jaw dropped further. I thought you were fixing the education system. Hiruzen shrugged. I can't have a hobby? Kushina sighed. First, I want to hear about the things you did at a later date. And 2, have they had the baby yet? Hiruzen grinned. Blue eyes, white hair, 6 pounds 2 ounces. She's adorable. Rin squealed. Oh, let us in already. Hiruzen opened the door. Oh, if you insist. Tsunade held little Mito in her arms. She was crying just a few minutes ago. She already fell in love with the little girl the moment she laid eyes on her. Oh, Mama's so glad you came out to see her. You're just too cute to stay in my tummy. Yes, you are. I think Daddy wants to see you too. Jiraiya took the small bundle. Well, yeah. Mama hasn't let you hold yet. You got my hair, but I think yours will be straight like your mom's is. I can't believe you're here. Daddy didn't think you were ever coming out. Tsunade scowled. Neither did I. 9 months of waiting. Although I gotta say, I wasn't in labor very long. I don't even think it was an hour. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Did you use your medical jutsu to make labor go faster? Tsunade giggled. Maybe. If I can, why wouldn't I? Jiraiya couldn't really argue with that. Fair enough. Kushina came bursting in. Where's the baby and when can I hold her? Shizune, who was there already as she lived with Tsunade and Jiraiya, shook her head. Oh no, I get to hold her next. She's basically my little sister. Jiraiya figured he better hand her over. All right, Shizun. Here you go. Shizun cooed at the baby. Oh, how are you? You're just the cutest thing. I could just eat you up. The night went on like that for all of them. Another member had been added to their family, and in just 2 short weeks, they'd have another. Unlike Jiraiya, Abito was eating when he got the news. Nearly choked on his ramen too. You're in labor. What do we do? Rin was already annoyed. We go to the hospital, you idiot. Rin didn't enjoy explaining this to her husband. Yes, her husband. In the past 9 months, the two had gotten married. Not many knew about this yet, only a select few. Of course, Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizun knew. It'd be nearly impossible to keep it from them after all. They had also told some of her classmates whom they were closer to. Kurenai, Isubi, Gai, Asuma, Ganma, and Anko had all attend the wedding. Anko had also vowed to come and see them once the baby was born. They had become very close since her sensei betrayed the village. Slowly but surely, the young snake mistress was becoming a part of their little dysfunctional family. She had turned down their offer to come and live with all of them, but still remained a big part of their lives. Abito grabbed Rin, got moving. Sorry, I'm not great under pressure. Rin groaned. If that was true, this was going to be a long day. Minato and Kushina heard the commotion and came running out. Is it time? Rin flinched as she had a small contraction. Yeah, it's coming. Kushina looked at them. Then what the hell are you wait for? Get going, we'll let everybody know. Abito picked up Rin bridal style and got moving. All right, let's do this. Rin had been in labor for 3 hours. Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Shizun, and Anko stood outside the door waiting. They were all doing their best to stay calm. Just as Kushina was about to say something, some old man came down the hall completely naked screaming, I like marshmallows. One of the orderlies grabbed him. Sorry about him. This guy's been around here the past couple weeks doing this stuff. No one even knows who he is. The old man looked at him. Can I go home now? The orderly sighed. No, we don't know where you live. We're going to get dressed and get you some marshmallows. The old man nodded, then gave quick glance to Minato and winked. Jiraiya watched them walk away and looked at Minato. That was sensei in disguise, wasn't it? Minato laughed. Yeah. Should we tell anyone? Jiraiya shot back. Hell no. That's the happiest I've seen him in years. If he's finally taking a break to enjoy himself, I say let him. Besides, it's freaking hilarious. Tsunade, who had been delivering the baby, walked out. Kakashi is here. Anko ran in. Dibs on holding him first. They all laughed and ran in after here. Abito was on the bed with Rin holding little Kakashi. He had black hair, Abito's eyes, and Rin's face. He looked to be about 7 pounds 1 ounce. Rin was talking to him softly. Hello, Kakashi. Oh, you've got daddy's eyes, don't you? You're so tiny. Anko and Shizun were jumping up and down. Oh, look how cute he is. Rin looked up. All right, who's first? Anko didn't even hesitate. Give him to me. Rin couldn't help but laugh at Anko. All right, be careful. Anko cuddled the little baby into her chest. Oh, you're just too cute. I'm gonna be your favorite aunt. I'm gonna sneak you candy and let you play with my snakes and… Guy burst into the room. Yash, where's my youthful friend's new child? Anko turned away like she was protecting Kakashi, and Abito turned to Guy. If you try to put him in a green spandex onesie or start tossing him around, I will kick you out. You can hold him when it's your turn. Guy looked down after being scolded. Oh, fine. I will contain my youthfulness for the time being. The day continued as everyone, even Guy, got to hold little Kakashi. Baby number 2 had been born. Only Naruto remained. But that birth wouldn't go nearly as smoothly as others had. 2 more weeks passed, causing them to prepare for the big day. Kushina's birth was particularly risking, as she was a Jinchuriki. There had been women Jinchurikis who had given birth before, the most famous of which was Mito Uzumaki Senju. When a female Jinchuriki gave birth, her seal was greatly weakened. They needed to have several good medical ninjas around, some experienced sealers, and some powerful ninjas to handle the Kyuubi if the worst-case scenario were to occur. It was a big event when a Jinchuriki had a child, even more so when it was the Hokage's wife. To be honest though, very few people actually knew about Kushina's pregnancy. It was just safer that they didn't. If an enemy heard about it, who knew what could happen? Minato wasn't letting Kushina out of his sight, which was driving her a little insane. She was eagerly awaiting the birth of her son. The day had finally come. The whole group had gathered in a cave to await the birth of the last new member of their family. Only Jiraiya and Anko weren't present, as both of them were on missions. Kushina had been in labor for the past 4 hours. Tsunade had been doing her best to keep Kushina under control, while Minato kept an eye on the seal. So far so good. Minato almost missed the sound of baby crying. Kushina was smiling. Is that him? Minato looked at Tsunade holding the small bundle. Yeah, it is. He's got my hair, but he got your face. Tsunade was about to hand him to Minato when a new voice entered the room. A touching moment. A pity I have to ruin it. They all turned to see some woman with her face covered in bandages standing there. She had the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning in her eyes. Obito screamed at her. Who are you? How'd you get in here? The woman stepped forward. Don't worry about that. I just need to take Kushina for a while. Minato growled. And what the hell makes you think I'll let you do that? She laughed. Oh, I think that you need to be more worried about the explosive tags surrounding the room. They looked around to see all the guards were dead, and indeed explosive tags covered the room. When did you? The woman shrugged. You really need to work on your genjutsu skills. You were so focused on Kushina that you didn't even notice when I placed it on all of you. Minato was furious. You bitch, I don't have time to get everyone out. The woman made them an offer. If you give me Kushina, I won't activate all of these tags, killing each and every one of you. Don't be too nervous. I can only activate them within a 5-mile range. You can chase after me once I get out of it. Minato didn't have any other choice. I'll get you for this. The woman walked over to Kushina and used a pressure point to knock her out. I'd say you'll see her soon, but I just can't promise that. Minato watched and the woman grabbed Kushina and ran out of the cave. He didn't know what she was after, but he knew that it couldn't be good. Minato was moving at a speed he had never gone in his life. He had Naruto back home with the flash seal that he kept there. Kushina was with whoever the hell that woman was, doing who knows what. She must be after the Kyuubi. It didn't take a genius to figure that out. The questions were, how did she know where Kushina was at, what did she want with the Kyuubi, and where was she taking Kushina now? Abito, Rin, and Tsunade weren't far behind him. Abito called up to him, Sensei, how do you know where you're going? Minato didn't bother to look back. The Kyuubi has very distinctive chakra. I've been around Kushina long enough that I can actually sense it. I'm just following the trail she left behind. Rin couldn't help but be reminded of stories she'd heard before. This is just like when you saved her from the Cloud Ninja before. Minato just kept moving forward. Yeah, I guess. I'm not really concerned about what happened before Rin. I'm just worried about what's going to happen this time. Tsunade couldn't help but feel sorry for him. It'll be okay. I'm sure she'll be just fine. Minato frowned. Usually I'd say you're right, but something just doesn't seem right this time. I've got a bad feeling about this. Kushina found herself tied to a massive boulder, her shirt torn so that it showed her abdomen. She looked around. The woman whose face was wrapped in bandages was standing nearby, looking out at the village before her. Kushina growled at the woman. What do you think releasing the Kyuubi will accomplish? Even if I die, they'll just seal inside of someone else and the leaf's the strongest it's been in years. If you're from another village, this isn't going to do you any good. The woman sighed. I'm not trying to hurt the leaf. I'm simply trying to acquire the Kyuubi. Even if I fail to accomplish this, at least I will be taking out several powerful ninjas as a consolation prize. Kushina raised an eyebrow. So where are you from? The Cloud. Is that why you're trying to get the Kyuubi? She turned to Kushina. Please. I'm affiliated with no village. I seek the Kyuubi for my own reasons. With its assistance, I will bring peace to this cursed world. You should be willing to help me. You saw the pain of war firsthand. You watched the whirlpool be destroyed in one cruel blow. Kushina scowled. What I saw was horrible, but killing more people won't do anyone any good. We need to try and find peace by making friends with our enemies, by trying to find some kind of common ground. The woman put her hand on Kushina's stomach. Foolish words from an idealist heart. Goodbye, Kushina. May you find peace in the afterlife. Kushina started to scream as felt her seal weakening. Things only seemed to be getting worse. Minato was nearing Kushina's location. He heard the scream all the way through the forest. Though the others didn't know it was possible, Minato started to go even faster. He found a river and saw Kushina tied to a nearby boulder. She was screaming and red chakra was flowing out of her like a tidal wave. The woman with the bandages on her face was standing next to her, hand pressed to Kushina's stomach. Minato threw one of his kunai at her. Get away from her, you bitch! No, that wasn't an Aliens reference. The woman was suddenly protected by what looked like a giant light blue rib cage. The kunai just bounced off of it, much to everyone's surprise. Rin turned to Obito. Can you do that? Abidito wasn't sure. Maybe? The woman chuckled darkly. He has no idea the full capability of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If you haven't even discovered the Susanoo yet, you're ages behind me. Minato was tired of that laugh of hers. I don't care what kind of powers you have. I'm gonna kick the shit out of you for hurting my wife. The woman lowered her hand from Kushina's stomach. Now, the pain's almost over with. Now it's time to play with the fox. Kushina let out one more ear-piercing scream and the seal broke. The Kyuubi released itself in all of its glory. Kushina collapsed and Minato ran over to her. You guys hold off the Kyuubi. I'll be back in just a second. I'm taking Kushina back to be with Naruto. They all nodded and Minato flashed away. This was going to be one hell of a fight. Page break. Kushina woke up lying next to Naruto. Minato was putting his Hokage's coat on. Sweetie, what happened? Is everyone all right? Minato shook his head. Probably not. The Kyuubi's making his way to the leaf as we speak. I'll be right back, sweetie. I've got to go take care of this. Kushina was crying. Minato-kun, what are you going to do? No one can kill the Kyuubi. Minato sighed. I'll have to restrain it and seal it inside of someone. I think it'll have to be Naruto. Kushina was shocked. But Minato-kun, you can't. There's gotta be another way. Minato got ready to flash back. No, there isn't. You know it has to be a newborn, and you know what I have to do to seal it away. Kushina couldn't believe this. You mean you're going to use the Reaper Death Seal? Minato gave her sad nod and flashed away, leaving Kushina only Naruto to cuddle in comfort. The Kyuubi was giving the leaf shinobi all they could handle. He had gotten close to the village, but hadn't actually entered it yet. That's not to say he wasn't doing damage to it. No, he was doing plenty of that. It definitely wasn't good, but it would have been considerably worse if Tsunade hadn't been there. She had used her super strength to keep the Kyuubi out of the leaf, something that was a major lifesaver. Literally, the Kyuubi not actually being able to get into the village had cut down the damage and lives lost by at least half. A giant rumble was heard, and Minato appeared riding Gamabunta, the boss of the Toad contract. Minato looked down at him. Sorry to call you like this, but my son's life's on the line. I need you to help these guys force back the Kyuubi while go find whoever the woman that caused this. Gamabunta groaned. Damn it, Gaki. You're gonna owe me for this one. Minato gave a soft laugh. Afraid not, old friend. This is the last time you and I will be fighting together. I'm gonna have to seal the big fox here after all. Gamabunta suddenly understood just how serious this was. I'm sorry to hear that. You're the only one so far I've actually liked. It's been an honor, Minato. Minato was surprised. Gamabunta had never called him by his name before. Same to you, Gamabunta. My only regret is not being able to see Naruto grow up. Gamabunta looked up at him. Really? You name your son after a ramen topping? Minato decided to let it be. Yeah, let's go with that. Wish me luck. Gamabunta looked over at the fox and unsheathed his sword. All right, you overgrown plushie. Let's do this. It didn't take long for Minato to find the woman. She had been watching all of it unfold on a cliff close to the village. When Minato flashed behind her, she sighed. It's unfortunate, you know. You're the only one I'm not sure I can defeat. Minato ground his teeth. I may not live through tonight, but I'm gonna make sure you don't walk scot-free either. My son, Sensei's daughter, Obito's son. I'm gonna do whatever I can to make this a safer place for them." The woman paused. "Abito's son?" Minato didn't answer. He just charged at her with a rasengan in his hand. The woman pulled the 2 needles out of the bun in her hair and activated her Susanoo ribs. The rasengan hit it and left with cracks all over. The woman jumped back and made one of her needles to make a whip out of her Susanoo with it as the base. Then did the same with the other. She swung one of the whips at him and Minato dodged it. Minato was behind her before she knew it. Another rasengan in his palm which he shoved into her back. Naturally, she had no time to react. She was sent flying. After she was done, she sent Minato a threatening glare. "Oh, it's on now!" The Kyuubi wasn't doing well. They were forcing him back big time. Between Tsunade and the third, not to mention the army behind them, the Kyuubi just couldn't compare. They couldn't help but wonder how Minato was doing with his fight. What they didn't know, they were forcing the Kyuubi right to his location. Abito saw him fighting the woman out of one eye. He was doing fairly well. He could hear her yelling in the distance. "If this is the way you want it, fine. You've forced me to release my hold on the Kyuubi, so I can escape." She released from her control, causing it to roar horribly. The woman turned and ran off, leaving Minato to help them handle the fox. He turned to the leaf ninja. "I'll be right back. I've just got to go grab something." He flashed away, silently hoping his son could forgive him for this one day. Minato found Kushina holding on to Naruto for dear life, whispering in his ear, "It's okay, Naruto. It'll all be okay." Minato looked at the 2 of them, trying to take as much of the sight in as possible. This would be the only time he could see it after all. "Kushina-chan, it's time." Kushina stood up, still holding tightly to Naruto. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I never wanted this for you." Minato grabbed his son. "I think you should stay here." Kushina wasn't having it. "No, I need to be there for Naruto when you... Minato couldn't stand to hear it. "Fine, but just stay out of the line of fire." He grabbed a hold of his wife and used his yellow flash. The time had finally come. Minato got back to find the Kyuubi pinned down by Gamabunta, Sarutobi, Tsunade, and several other leaf ninja. Though he was struggling, it was clear he wasn't going anywhere. Minato, still holding on to Naruto, walked over the Kyuubi. He sat Naruto on the ground and raised his hands to start making the necessary seals. The Kyuubi gave one last thrash, sending his claw through Minato just inches from Naruto's face. Minato couldn't believe his body alone was able to stop it. He soon found that it wasn't. Kushina had jumped in front of Naruto, just barely keeping the claw from hitting him. Kushina looked at Minato and gave him a sad smile. "Sorry. Guess I just couldn't let you make this sacrifice by yourself." Minato raised his hands again and made the seals. Before long, he could feel the seal working inside him. "I'm sealing the in half of the chakra inside myself. It's safer for Naruto that way." Kushina gave one last look at her son. "It'll be okay, sweetie. You'll have our friends here for you. You'll have your family to take care of you. Just don't take too much after Jiraiya." Minato laughed for the last time in his life. As the sealing finished, the Kyuubi vanished into the young Naruto. The 2 of them collapsed on the ground. The village was safe, but it cost them their most powerful ninja. All of the ninjas looked at the third for guidance. No one was sure what to do at this point. Jiraiya now knew exactly what his student went through when Kakashi had told him and Anko the whole story when they got back from their missions. It just didn't seem possible. Minato was dead, Kushina too. The Kyuubi sealed inside their poor son. He wasn't even sure how to react to all of this. Finally he said, "So, what exactly is going to happen with Naruto? I know we're all going to take care of him, but what about the Kyuubi and the council? Not to mention whether or not we should tell people who his parents are." Abito didn't understand that last part. Why wouldn't we tell people he's Sensei's son? Jiraiya was honestly surprised he had to explain this. It seemed pretty obvious to him. Minato had a lot of enemies. If they find out about Naruto, it could put him at risk, especially from the hidden rock. Abito wasn't accepting that for a second. Naruto deserved to have his real last name. Then they'll have to go through us. Naruto's gonna have a lot of hate coming down on him because of what he holds. If people know he's the son of the 4th Hokage, that could take a lot of the burden off of him. Tsunade had to admit, that made a lot of sense. Kid's got a point. It's not like he's not surrounded by powerful ninja. I'd like to see someone get through all of us. It just wouldn't be worth it. Even the Rock would know that. Rin was quick to defend him too. Yeah, and as for the council, we've got the third on our side +2 of the legendary Sannin. They won't have a choice but to let him stay with us. Jiraiya winced slightly at hearing about his sensei be forced back into his old position. He knew the old didn't want to be Hokage again, but he also knew he wouldn't let anyone else do it at a time as sensitive as this. The next order of business was the living arguments. Tsunade already had that figured out in her head. I want all of us to move into the Senju estates. It'll make everything easier, especially on Naruto, if we're all in the same place. You too, Anko, we couldn't convince you before, but I'm not taking no for an answer this time. Anko shrugged. That's fine. My apartment building was one of the few places that got destroyed anyways. Sarutobi knocked on the door and walked into the room. The council's ready. Let's get this over with. Do you all have everything figured out for this little guy? Naruto gave a small cry and Tsunade picked him up. Jiraiya was holding Mito and Rin was holding Kakashi. They turned to him and said, "Yeah, we know exactly what we're going to do." Sarutobi nodded and started to walk out of the room. Obito leaned over to him and said, "You can still screw with people at the hospital with shadow clones." Sarutobi laughed. "Oh, I intend to." Zetsu hadn't seen Tori this quite in long time. Usually she at least had orders of some kind for him. He wasn't sure whether he should press the issue or not. In the end, he decided to go up and see what was wrong. "Something up, Tori? You seem kind of out of it?" Tori didn't look at him. "Abito has son." Zetsu nodded. "Yeah, what's it matter? It's just another person to be with you in the infinite Tsukuyomi." Tori shook herself back into reality. "Right. Sorry about that. Just in a little bit of shock after hearing that." Zetsu was glad she wasn't going soft on them. "All right then. I'm heading back to base. The new guys, Kisame and Sasori, are eager to get started." Tori watched as he left, a small part of her still wondering about her new grandson. The council wasn't sure if they had just heard was right. One of the civilian councilmen repeated to himself, "The fox boy is the son of the fourth Hokage?" Tsunade ground her teeth. "Don't call him fox boy." The council seemed to torn at the news. Half of them seemed to hate the boy, despite the fact that nothing that had happened was his fault, and the other half seemed eager at idea of the fourth Hokage having a son. Danzo just saw it as a chance to obtain himself a new weapon. He turned to all of the council. "I believe that I have a solution that would please everyone. Allow me to train the young boy and turn him into the ultimate weapon for the leaf by teaching how to control the fox's chakra. If you allow me to do this, then it would settle the nerves about the boy losing control." Jiraiya sent a wave of killer intent at the old war hawk. "No, I'll be training Naruto in the art of toad summoning and will be helping him control the Kyuubi's chakra." Tsunade already said she wanted Mito to be a slug summoner anyway. Sarutobi couldn't see how anyone could argue with Jiraiya. "I agree with my old student. It would only make sense for him to be trained by his father's sensei. Now, I think that all of us should go home and get some rest. It has been a long day and we've discussed everything we needed to. Good night, everyone." The council didn't quite agree that everything was settled, but decided not to argue. Everyone started to leave and Anko ran up to Rin and Abito. "Mito's gonna be a slug summoner and Naruto's gonna summon the toads. That means I can teach Kakashi how to summon snakes, right?" Rin and Abito weren't sure. Rin looked at her. I know Anko." Anko gave them the puppy dog eyes and pouted cutely. "Please." Rin looked at Abito, who laughed and nodded. "All right, Anko. Kakashi can summon snakes." They left the council room with Anko bouncing up and down in victory. Danzo was beyond angry, beyond furious. He wasn't sure you could even gauge how angry he was. Sarutobi, that damn fool, had cost him yet another weapon. Thanks to his students taking the Jinchuriki in, there was no way he could possibly take control of him. He'd already lost Orochimaru, whom he was counting on to become Hokage, and now he couldn't have the fox brat either. He used his good hand to smash his desk. Son of bitch! This wasn't over. One of these days he would see to it that the hidden leaf could crush all. Oh, you could count on that. No one, not even his old rival, would stand in his way. The Senju estates overwent a massive overhaul. All of main bedrooms stayed on the ground floor, as they had the kids' nursery there and none of them wanted to be too far from it. The nursery was the second biggest room in the house, as all three of the kids were sleeping in it. Naruto's crib was red with little toads on it. Jiraiya had also had a carving of place on one of legs of the crib, much to the others' confusion. The way Jiraiya saw it, he was stuck with the fox, might as well embrace it. Mito's crib was white with Senju clan symbol on it, along with a few slugs. Tsunade absolutely loved that her little girl was going to be slug summoner, just like her. Now the only thing she needed to do was if she wanted to be a mednin when she got old enough. Kakashi's crib was blue, however was devoid of the Uchiha clan symbol. Naturally, Obito intended for his son to get a very different upbringing than he had. Enko made sure the crib wasn't boring though, as she personally craved all the legs to look like snakes. She was very excited to have someone other than her summoning snakes. It might bring some of the honor Orochimaru took from them back. Tsunade and Jiraiya had taken the master bedroom, while Obito and Rin had taken a slightly smaller one near the nursery. Enko took the bedroom near the kitchen. According to her, she was a midnight snacker and this made it easier. Overall, the family was quite comfortable with their new arrangements. Although all of them had a lot to do. A new threat had emerged and their training was going to be going non-stop, or whenever the babies were fed and happy anyways. Abidito had been studying his sharingan more than he ever had before. After seeing what that woman could do with hers, it was pretty clear he'd only scratched the tip of the iceberg. He started by trying to reverse engineer the jutsu, to which he had no success. Next, he looked for every piece of information he could get on the Susanoo, which there wasn't any. Finally, he just started to mess around with his Mangekyo Sharingan until something happened, which it actually did. However, it wasn't the Susanoo. Obito was focusing on one of his targets and focusing hard. He was trying to use the Amaterasu to its full power and see if it would change what would happen. However, without realizing it, he focused to the point that it actually started to phase. Was that the right word? The object got blurry and before he knew it, the object was just gone. Absorbed by some kind of vortex, he guessed. He wasn't sure what the hell he'd just done, but he knew this was going to need some more exploration. Well, now wasn't the time, he was out of chakra. Obito gathered his things and went home. The village had a strange reaction to little Naruto being born. Although most of them welcomed him because he was the son of the fourth Hokage and they had faith in his sealing abilities, there was still a large group of people who wanted Naruto to be killed so that the fox couldn't be released again. They had actually gotten flowers and death threats in the same day. It was nothing to be really concerned about. After all, several of the Leaf's strongest ninjas were protecting him. There were already a few small threats from the Rock, but just as they had predicted, the Rock just wasn't ready to go into another war, especially over one child who had the Hokage and the legendary Sannin watching for them. Naruto was truly safe for the time being. The boy had one hell of future ahead of him, and more than enough people to help him get here. Things were looking well for the Leaf. The new generation was here. All of the main clans had their heirs now, the Hyugas, the Inuzukas, the Akimichis, all of them. Yes, things were looking great for the Leaf indeed. Obito was studying his new jutsu with extreme intensity. It was called the Kaumi, and the more he learned about it, the crazier it seemed. He found out that this jutsu transported things into a pocket dimension, a pretty useful little trick. Soon, he discovered that he could use it to make untouchable for a short amount of time. The longest he had been able to keep himself invulnerable so far was 2 minutes. He may not be able to use the Susanoo, but this might actually be better. With this new jutsu, there was almost no one who could manage to touch him. Obito was quickly becoming one of the Leaf's greatest assets. That was something he was very proud of, and he was going to make sure that he did as much as he could with it. Tsunade thanked God she was a ninja and was already used to all-nighters. As much as she loved Mito, that little girl seemed to hate sleep. Rin had similar feelings with Kakashi, although they would usually fall asleep if you just walked around with them. They would take turns with Naruto, but to be honest, he was the most easygoing baby of the three. It was pretty rare they actually needed to put him back to sleep. By far, the babies were the most fun when they had first woken up in the morning. They would smile and giggle, sometimes they would blow little bubbles with their mouths too. Yeah, they adorable in the morning. They had to move around their schedules a little bit so that they could have at least 2 people with the babies at all times. Even Anko volunteered to help out when she could. Jiraiya had given up on writing Ika, couldn't really keep doing that now that he was a dad, especially with a little girl. He did, however, continue with his spy network, although he wasn't gone nearly as much now. Tsunade was still working as the head of the hospital, part-time at least. She had Rin and Shizune helping her as she had taught them everything they needed to know about running the hospital. They would take shifts of running the hospital and whoever wasn't would stay home and help with kids. Abito and Anko were both going on missions and training quite a lot, but still made sure that they had time with the kids. Abito didn't go on as many missions as Anko did, mainly because he wanted to be with Kakashi and Naruto as much as possible, so he spent more time just training and going home at the end of the day. The schedules had changed quite a bit, but the only one whose rank changed was Anko, who was made Jonin. Jiraiya and Tsunade had been teaching her how to use her summonings more effectively, primarily how to use the snake summoning contract without having to give sacrifices to the more powerful snakes. With Jiraiya's help, they modified her technique so that she only summoned the right snakes. They found that some snakes didn't exactly agree with Manda's. The boss summons line about Manda wasn't well liked even by his own followers. She had even found a few very powerful snakes that didn't ask for anything but loyalty. The best part was, now Kakashi could sign the contract risk-free. Anko was definitely on the way to bringing honor back to the snakes, and she wasn't going to stop until she did. Torai was getting a little impatient. They had yet to acquire even one-tailed beast, mostly because they needed to lay low because of the Hidden Leaf incident. The only thing Tori had accomplished so far was taking control of the Hidden Mist. Their Mizukage was a Jinjuriki, meaning Tori could control him with her Mangekyo Sharingan. Having control over an entire hidden village was very beneficial, as it let her keep an ear to the ground at what the other villages might be up to. Not to mention she could now extract the 3-tailed turtle at any time. You can't kill a tailed beast, so even after it was destroyed when Hitaki was killed, it reformed about 2 years later. The hidden mist sealed inside a young boy known as Yuguru. Yuguru was now her personal puppet, and with him would mist right under her thumb. She may not be close to having all of the tailed beasts, but at least she had gotten the ball rolling. Things were only going to get better for the Akatsuki from here. Sarutobi was not happy to be back into the Hokage's chair. He considered asking one of his students to be the new Hokage, but with his student having children, it just didn't seem right to ask them to do that. It wasn't a good idea to try to raise children when you're the Hokage. He knew that better than anyone. Asuma grew up with resentment towards his father. Granted, he still loved his father and knew he was a good man, but that didn't change the fact that he often felt his father cared more about the village than his own son. Still, there was nothing he could do about that now. His village needed him, and there was no way in hell he was going to leave it in the hands of Danzo. When the time came, he would find a way to make it up to his son. Until then, he would do what he could for his village. He had been entrusted with a great task, and he wasn't going to let anyone down. Before long, it was time for their first birthdays. They decided to have the party on Kakashi's birthday as it was right in between the other two. Most of the clan heads came with their kids, as it was the party for 2 major clan children and the son of the 4th Hokage. Although Obito still wasn't calling himself or his son an Uchiha, the clan heads still considered them one. Some were even calling the two the true Uchihas. The first to arrive was Tsum, head of the Inuzuka clan and one-time teammate of Minato. It's my fanfic, so I say they were teammates. Naturally, she didn't want to miss the party of her sensei's daughter and teammate's son. She had brought her 5-year-old daughter Hana and her year-old son Kiba. Hana, who had met Jiraiya before, was happy to see him as she thought of him as an uncle. She hadn't really been introduced to his now dormant pervy side. Jiraiya gladly accepted a hug from the young girl. "Uncle Jiraiya, can I hold Mito, please?" Jiraiya laughed. "Of course you can. She's with Tsunade right now. Go find her." Hana ran off happily and Tsum turned to her old sensei. "How've you been, you old pervert?" Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Tsum never was one to show him much respect. "Good to see you too, Tsum. Is Hayashi coming as well?" Tsum smiled at the mentioning of their last teammate. "Oh yeah, he's bringing his little girl along too. Real cutie. Got blue hair like her mom." Jiraiya couldn't help but find that kind of funny. Blue hair on a clan heir? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Hayashi walked in at just that moment. Yes, it is rather unusual. It seems little Hinata inherited her mother's looks thankfully. Harriet, I'm naming her mother that because I couldn't find a name for her anywhere, so I just went with an H name. Was busy making faces at her daughter, who giggled in delight. Hinata was clearly quite content in her mother's arms. Finally Harriet turned to Jiraiya. Hello Jiraiya. I apologize for my husband and I not visiting you more often, but as you can see we have our own little one to take care of. Jiraiya waved off her apology. No worries. The whole village has been running around like a chicken with its head cut off for the past year. I didn't expect to see you guys a ton. Hayashi handed Jiraiya a few presents he had been carrying. Still sensei, we're glad we could make to the party. It was massive blow to the entire village when we lost Minato. I want to do what I can for his son. Jiraiya set the presents in the pile and motioned for them to follow him. Come on. It's time you guys were properly introduced to Naruto. Hayashi and Tsum followed Jiraiya to the nursery where Naruto was sleeping peacefully. Tsum handed Kiba to Jiraiya and walked up and picked him up. Hi there. I'm Tsum. Oh, you're cute little pup, aren't you? Hayashi looked at the whiskers, then at his sensei. So Minato really sealed the QB inside of him. How are you going to deal with it? Jiraiya sighed. There's no sense in hiding it from him. I'm going to tell him about and try to teach him how to control its chakra and use it to make him stronger. We've already got some angry villagers after him though. Hayashi nodded. The Hyuga clan will support the boy with the everything we've got. Tsum handed Naruto off to Hisashi. Same here. Anyone comes after that kids, they'll have me to answer to. Jiraiya pitied the man who brought Tsum's wrath down on him. Hana came running and holding Mito. Look mom. She's so cute. She doesn't cry when hold her either. Tsum smiled at her daughter. Yup, good job. Who's all here now? Hana thought for a second. The bug ninjas. Tsum always loved when she said stuff like that, but she still had to correct her. The Aburame's sweetie. Hana nodded. Yeah them. Plus the Nara guys and those Yakamya. Tsum couldn't help but laugh. Yamanakas. Hana nodded again. And the Akimichis. I thinks that's everyone. Jiraiya handed Kiba back to Tsum and grabbed Naruto from Hayashi. Well, let's get out there. Time to go greet everybody. The party continued on without much incident. They gave the cake and ice cream to Kid who absolutely devoured it. Next they opened the presents which had some interesting things inside. Some highlights included a special medicine made from insect venom that was good for helping with the pain that came along with teething from the Aburames. 3 large hand-made stuffed animals from the Hyugas, a toad for Naruto, a slug for Mito, and a snake for Kakashi as they already knew those would be their summoning animals. Also the Inuzukas gave them special canine fangs from previous Inuzuka dogs on necklace, a very high honor. Several more gifts were given that day, but those were the really interesting ones. It had been an interesting year. Who knew what would follow in the next one before any of them knew it? It was time for their first play date. The Hyugas wanted to have Hinata come over for a play date with her mother Hira. They decided to have Tsum bring Kiba with them as well, as he had already met Hinata and it might make her more comfortable since she was so shy. Rin and Anko were set to help Hira and Tsum run this little shindig. All of the kids were 3 years old at the moment and were talking decently. Granted, you couldn't always understand what they were saying, but for the most part they were able to figure out what the kids wanted. That's my way of saying that when they talk and leave out words, I'm doing the on purpose. 3-year-olds tend to leave out words when they talk. The play date was tomorrow, and Rin was very eager to see just how the kids would handle it. Rin opened the front door to find Hira and Tsum waiting with Hinata and Kiba. Kiba looked excited, while Hinata was hiding behind her mother's leg, looking very nervous. Kiba grabbed her hand and ran inside. Come on Hinata, we go play. Rin laughed as they ran past her and Anko followed to show them where the kids were. Tsum shook her head. He's an excitable one, isn't he? Hira didn't seem to mind in the least. Maybe, but Hinata needs a little push. Kiba's good for bringing her personality out. Rin's mind went straight to Naruto, who had become the most lively member of the group as his personality started to come out. She had a feeling he'd help with bringing Hinata out of her shell as well. Anko led Kiba and Hinata to the living room where the kids were playing. The moment they came in, Naruto ran up to them. Hi, I'm Naruto. Who you? Kiba was happy to see someone just as enthusiastic as he was. I'm Kiba. This Hinata. You wanna play? Naruto nodded happily and brought them to Mito and Kakashi, who had just gotten done with a round of hide and seek. He had taken to wearing a mask after his parents told him the man he was named after did. He almost looked like a black-haired version of the first Kakashi with a little more meat on him. Kakashi grinned at them. I'm Kakashi. I'm a good boy. Mito laughed and Anko looked at Kakashi curiously. He said that constantly and she had no idea why. It was a little strange, but for the most part she shrugged it off. Mito looked at Hinata and gave her a big smile. I'm Mito. Hinata shuffled her feet nervously. My name is Hina Hinata. Mito was overjoyed to have another girl to play with. We playing hide and seek. Come on, you hide with me. Anko watched as Naruto counted and the other hid. She had a feeling that these guys would be great friends. They played like that for the next few hours, eventually getting Hinata to overcome her shyness to really get into it. They played tag after hide and seek, promptly followed by lunch. After lunch, they went over to Kiba's house and played with some of the Inuzuka puppies, which they absolutely loved. After about an hour of that, they had to head home. Kiba and Hinata were sad to have their new friends leave, but promised to see them again as soon as possible. Abito, Jiraiya, and Tsunade listened happily to their kids' stories about the day's activities. They were glad to hear the kids hit it off so well. It was always good to have friends. Not to mention it would make things easier if either of them ended up on a team with the kids. The kids had another play date in a week with the children of the Inoshikacho formation. If they could become friends with them, then the only clan that they would have to make friends with left would be the Aburames. Considering the kids were almost guaranteed to be on bad terms with the Uchihas, being on good terms with all of the other major clans would make things much easier. Granted, they would never force them to be friends with anyone, but it would still make things easier if they managed to be friends with the other kids. The Inoshikacho kids were absolutely ecstatic to go on the play date. Well, 2/3 of them were anyway. The Shikamaru kid didn't really seem excited about anything. Ino was just super happy to have Mito to play with, as there weren't many other girls for her to play with. Choji was happy to find that Naruto ate as much ramen as he did. Kakashi was just happy to play with anyone, even Shikamaru. Shikamaru was absolutely stunned that someone his age was willing to some of the games he liked. Most of the kid who were as old as him couldn't even understand the games he liked, but Kakashi was actually willing to learn. Only one problem arose when Ino asked, "Where's Naruto's mommy and daddy?" Obito and Jiraiya, who had been watching the kids, weren't sure how to answer that. Naruto knew his father was the 4th Hokage and they had even showed him pictures of his parents. But these kids were a little young to understand the concept of death. Jiraiya was about to answer when Naruto ran out with the picture they had give them. "This my mommy and daddy." Ino looked at the picture and Shikamaru, who saw the hat the man in the picture was wearing, said, "Your dad was the Hokage?" Naruto smiled happily. "Yup, Uncle Abidito says that he saved the villagers, but he died." The kids had all heard the word death before, but none of them actually knew what it was supposed to mean. Other than that, the play date went on without any other issues. The kids, just like with Hinata and Kiba, hit it off very well. In just 2 weeks, they were going to go to Hidden Sand with their parents for a political meeting. They didn't know it yet, but they'd make some new friend there as well. The kids weren't exactly perfect on the way to the sand, but they could have been much worse. They did the classic, "Are we there yet?" about a dozen times. They had to tell Kakashi to put various scorpions and spiders down quite often. After a while, Jiraiya summoned a toad to keep kids occupied. This visit wasn't really for any particular reason, just a general how's it going type of thing. The leaf sent someone to go visit the sand at least once every month or two. Now it was their turn to bit the bullet, no matter how much they didn't want to. They would spend a few days visiting with the Kazekage, then go home. Hopefully the kids could find a way to keep themselves busy. Naruto and the others had been wandering around the Kazekage's mansion for an hour, with Rin following them, making sure that they didn't go somewhere they weren't supposed to. The kids weren't all that impressed with it. The Senju Easts were much bigger. What they were really looking for was someone to play with. Kakashi looked around to see a small red-haired boy who looked about 3, the same age as them, talking to a blonde man. Kakashi grabbed the others and ran to go talk to him, with Rin chasing them. He ran up to the boy. "Hi, I'm Kakashi and I'm a good boy." The boy with red hair wasn't sure how to respond. I'm Gaara. This my uncle Yashimaru. Naruto was next. I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you. Naruto stuck his hand out to shake Gaara's hand, but Gaara didn't shake back. He looked at his uncle as if to say, "Can I?" Yashimaru nodded and Gaara shook Naruto's hand, followed by Mito introducing herself. Yashimaru wasn't sure if he liked Gaara getting close to other kids, but he knew who these kids were, so he didn't want to insult them. The blonde was the son of 4th Hokage and the other two were major members of big clans after all. Kakashi saw a picture of the 4th Kazekage on the wall and looked back at Gaara. You looked like the Kazekage. Gaara nodded. He's my dad. Naruto grinned. My dad was the 4th Hokage. Gaara was surprised to hear that. He wondered if there were any other similarities between them. Did he seal one inside you too? Yashimaru looked appalled. Gaara, don't ask that. Naruto looked confused. One what? Gaara looked at the ground. A demon. Naruto thought he knew what Gaara meant. I have Fox inside me. Rin didn't know Naruto knew that. Naruto? Who told you that? Naruto shrugged. Uncle Jiraiya before I came here. He said that there was someone like me here. Is that Gaara? Gaara couldn't believe it. I have a Tanu. Yashimaru finished. Tanuki Gaara. Gaara frowned. Yeah, that. Naruto was psyched he had someone so similar to him. This is great. We're gonna be real good friends. Gaara wasn't used to that word. Friends? You really want to be my friends? They all nodded and Gaara finally smiled. Do you want to meet my brother and sister? They don't usually talk to me, but I want them to meet my new friends. Mito thought that sounded great. Okay. Gaara lead them off to find his siblings while Yashimaru watched in disbelief. Gaara's actually made some friends. They soon found Gaara's brother and sister. His brother, who was 4, was named Kankuro and his sister, who was 5, was named Temari. Both were pretty surprised to see that Gaara had made some friends. Neither of them hated their brother, they actually felt sorry for him, but their father told them to stay away from him. Maybe now that he had made some friends their father would be more understanding. Before long they were happily playing with one another. They played ninja and board games for about 2 hours until Gaara asked Naruto a strange question. Naruto, do you go to bed at night? Naruto was confused at the question. Yes, don't you? Gaara shook his head. No, everyone says it's cause of the Tanuki. Uncle says it's cause my seal's bad. Naruto scratched his head. Uncle Jiraiya is really good with seals. Show it to him. Gaara thought that sounded good. Okay, we ask him later. They went back to playing, Temari and Kankuro having a real play date with their brother for the first time. Jiraiya looked at the seal with a deep frown on his face. This seal is a joke. I mean, it's pretty good for an average ninja, but this'll never hold back a tailed beast for crying out loud. The Kazekage didn't like the sound of that. We had our finest sealer create it. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. That your finest sealer is an amateur. If you'll allow me, I can fix this seal. The boy will be able to sleep and he want her the tailed beast's voice in his head. He'll probably be able to use some of the Tanuki's power too. Gaara looked very hopeful at that. Really? The Kazekage liked the sound of him being able to control the Tanuki's power. All right, as you wish. Would you like to wait till after dinner to do it? Jiraiya shook his head. Nah, the groundwork's already there. I just need to fix the finer details. Shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. The Kazekage walked away with Kankuro and Temari following him. Since Gaara's going to be able to control his power now, we can see him more, right? The Kazekage supposed it might be a good idea to get Gaara more attached to the hidden sand, and if his brother and sister could do that for him, why not? Of course. If you'd like, we can have his room moved to the one next to yours. Kankuro and Temari couldn't believe it. They finally had their little brother back. After the kids all turned 5, there were a few interesting days that would follow. First, the meeting of Sakura Haruno. They met the young girl through Ino, who had helped the girl on the playground after getting teased for her large forehead. Ino had wanted to introduce her to her friends as they didn't have a mean bone in their body. Everyone was there except for Naruto. It was going quite well, until Naruto arrived. Sakura suddenly got very nervous. My mom said I shouldn't play around him. Ino and the others didn't understand. Why? Naruto's harmless? Sakura didn't really know herself. Something about him having something bad inside of him. Naruto cut her off. You mean the fox? Now it was Sakura's turn to be confused. Fox. Naruto nodded. The QB. Before my dad died, he sealed it inside of me. Sakura suddenly started to back away. You're the QB? Calling Naruto the QB was the only thing that set Kakashi off. So when Sakura said that, he started yelling, Naruto is not the QB, he's a good boy. You shouldn't be so mean. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Yeah, it's just sealed inside of him. You know, like water in a glass. If you hate it when people make fun of you for your forehead, then don't pick at Naruto for having the QB sealed inside him. Sakura was on the verge of tears. I didn't mean, I. Naruto didn't want all this trouble because of him. It's okay. I don't want Sakura to get in trouble because of me. Mito looked at Sakura. We can have my mommy and daddy talk to your mom. Does that sound okay? They the legendary Sannin, so I think she'll listen to them. Sakura was just happy people weren't made at her. Yeah, I'll tell my mom when I get home. Is it alright if I play with you guys for now? They all smiled at her. Yeah, we were just gonna play tag. You're it first. Sakura chased after them happily, glad that they were still letting her play with them. Mabuki Haruno wasn't thrilled at the idea of Sakura playing with someone who had the QB inside of him. She bared no actual ill will towards the boy, but after losing her husband Kazashi to that monster, she just didn't feel comfortable having Sakura being anywhere near it. However, she had the legendary Sannin at her house, so she would at least hear them out. Not like that could do much harm. Jiraiya started. Mabuki, I realize it may not be as easy as it for you as it is for some others to accept Naruto, but I'm telling you there's no risk. Minato was the finest sealer the world has ever seen, and the seal he made is absolutely fantastic. Plus, I'm more than capable of keeping an eye on it, as I'm not far behind my student. Mabuki, of course, still wasn't satisfied. The quality of seal isn't what I'm worried about. That fox is inside the boy. How do I know it's not influencing him and keeping the influence hidden? Tsunade frowned. We've had Inoichi keeping an eye on his mind since he was born. The QB has made no attempts to even get inside his head. Mabuki just wasn't sure. Sakura's all I've got. I can't imagine losing her. Tsunade could understand that much, but knew that something like that would do more damage than good. Keeping her cooped up like that won't do her any good. She's going to have to go out into the world eventually. Who better to be surrounded by than the village's most powerful ninjas? Mabuki couldn't deny that one. I suppose you're right. She can play with Naruto, but I'm still not completely comfortable with this. Jiraiya shook her hand. That's all we ask. I'll keep your daughter safe. Mabuki supposed she could live with that. She watched them head out, still a little scared for her daughter. The next person they met was a boy known as Sasuke, but that meeting wasn't nearly as pleasant. Sasuke absolutely hated Kakashi, as he was told to by his father. All of the Uchiha clan were to view Obito and Kakashi as traitors. Sadly, if Sasuke had known the truth about why Obito left, he might not be as proud to be an Uchiha. Like the rest of his clan, Sasuke was more or less brainwashed to think they were perfect, the ideal clan. His brother Itachi wasn't quite the same, as he had been introduced to darker side of the Uchiha clan at a very young age. Itachi was only 10, but he had already made Jonin in secret. He had activated his sharingan at the age of 5 and had all of his tomiyos by age 6. He was not nearly as aggravated when he met Kakashi on the street. They had saw Kakashi, Naruto, and Mito when they were out for ramen one day. Sasuke saw him and gave him an angry glare. My father say that you and your dad are traitors to the Uchiha clan. I hate traitors. Itachi patted his brother on the head. Now Sasuke, there's no need to start anything. I've researched this matter. Abito left the clan by legal means and has broken no laws. He and Kakashi are fellow citizens of the Leaf. You should apologize. Sasuke was surprised, but looked up to his brother above everyone. He turned to Kakashi. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped at you. They walked away and Naruto and Mito turned to Kakashi. What was that about? Kakashi shrugged. Kakashi doesn't know. He just wants his ramen. Naruto still wasn't sure why Kakashi referred to himself in the first person. He didn't even know what the first person was actually. But when they took Kakashi to Inochi, he said there was nothing wrong with him. Everyone just accepted it as part of his slightly strange personality. He was still very smart and very nice, so why look a gift horse in the mouth? They just followed him to get their ramen and let it rest. Sasuke questioned Itachi as they walked home. Itachi, what do you mean you looked into it? Itachi really was hoping to avoid that particular topic. Sasuke, there are things that happen in the Uchiha clan that you don't know about. Not everyone who's part of the clan is automatically a good person. Obito's father wasn't exactly a saint, a well-liked man. He was a drunk and fool. Sasuke didn't understand. So why didn't someone just take care of it and move Obito somewhere? Itachi had to be careful about how he answered that. Well, by the time people knew the full extent of it, Obito was already gone. Not really a lie, but not the complete truth either. Sasuke guessed that made sense, but one thing still bugged him. Why didn't he come back when the clan said he could though? Luckily for Itachi, he didn't have to lie about that one. I have no idea. He must have been happier outside of the clan. Sasuke figured if Itachi didn't know why, then no one else must have either. Sakura learned a few very important things when she joined her new group of friends. 1. Naruto, Kakashi, and Kiba were the best pranksters in all of the Leaf. They always had the most brilliant ideas and they never managed to get caught. They even had the Hokage help them prank people on a few occasions. 2. Kakashi was very strange. He was very nice, but very strange. Sakura learned very quickly not to try and correct his speech. She remembered the first time she tried to. Sakura looked at the masked boy and smiled. I'm a good boy, Kakashi. Kakashi gave Sakura a funny look. Sakura, you're a girl. Sakura smacked her forehead. That's not what I meant. Kakashi nodded. Right, Kaji, you're a girl. Sakura shook her head. No, it's not that. Kakashi gasped. You're a boy. Sakura sighed. I'm a girl, Kakashi. You know what, never mind. Last but not least, never bring up Hinata's mother. Apparently she had died a year early, giving birth to Hinata's sister Hanabi. She still didn't like to talk about it. It wasn't a great idea to bring up her cousin Niji either. It would start out just fine. She loved her cousin Niji after all, and at one time they were great friends. However, that was before the incident. When Hinata was 3 years old, a Cloud Shinobi came to Leaf for talks of an alliance. That was lie. In reality, they came to kidnap Hinata for her Byakugan. They intend on using her as breeding stock when she became old enough. Hayashi found out about this and killed the Cloud Ninja before he could take her. The Cloud demand Hayashi's head. However, they didn't get it. It was considered the duty of the branch family to protect the main family of the clan. Despite Hayashi's protests, his brother and Niji's father Hizashi insisted on dying in his brother's place. The more Naruto found out about that Cloud, Jiraiya had told him stories about his parents' run-ins with them, the less he liked them. Jiraiya didn't like Naruto thinking that. He pointed out that there are plenty of things the Leaf did in the past that they aren't too proud of either. No village was without sin. All of them were just trying to do what they felt was best for their people. Granted, some of those things are worse than others, but it wasn't really a competition. Other than that, Sakura found out they didn't really care what you did. No one cared Choji was chubby. No one cared that Shikamaru was lazy. Not even Shino's bugs threw anyone off. They just accept you for who you were. Everyone could just be themselves. It was really a place where you could be comfortable. Mibuki had to admit, she was very wrong about Naruto. The boy was the exact opposite of dangerous. She had never seen Sakura this strong before. She was becoming independent and confident, all of which stemmed from her new group of friends. If she had told Sakura she couldn't be around them because of Naruto, she never would have made this much progress. She couldn't have been more grateful to the Sannin for talking her into all of this. Only one thing made her nervous: when Sakura came to her and told her she wanted to be a ninja. Mibuki just wasn't sure how to react to that. She had already lost her husband to the shinobi life after all. Still, she just couldn't tell Sakura no about this. She'd never forgive herself if she did. If it's what Sakura wanted, it's what she'd let her do, no matter how much it scared her. Fugaku refused to wait any longer. The Leaf just kept lowering and lowering the amount of power the Uchiha had to the point they were almost on the same level as the other clan. The Uchihas were one of the first clans who formed this village. They deserved more power than the other clans. The Senjus only had Tsunade and her daughter left, so their power should be reduced. Therefore, the Uchihas deserved the most power of all the clans in the entire village. He had heard some reports saying there might finally be an Uchiha as Hokage. Imagine his shock when he found out it was Obito they were talking about. The old fool was looking to retire again, and he was looking at Obito, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to replace him. There was no way he could let the first Uchiha Hokage be someone who had betrayed them. The time had come. They had been talking about it for quite some time now. They were finally going to take their rightful place as the leaders of the village. Itachi was walking through the Uchiha compound. He was on his way to his father's office to tell him about his most recent mission. He heard voices from the other side of the door to his father's office. It's finally time. This pathetic little village will bow to its knees before us. We've earned this right. In 2 days we'll act. We've lost Shirshir, but we've still got Itachi. Once he returns from his mission, we'll brief him on his role in all of this. One of the others spoke up. Are you sure we can trust him? Rumor has it he's the one who drowned Shirshir? Itachi winced at that. While he was the one who killed Shirshir, in a sense, it was at his request. Shirshir was being used as a weapon, something he hated, so he jumped into an river and told Itachi not to save him. He had asked Itachi to kill him and take his remaining eye, as Danzo had stolen the other one. His eyes had the ability to hypnotize and control almost anyone. It was too dangerous to keep in anyone's possession but Itachi's. Shirshir died, and Itachi had ended up with the Mangekyo Sharingan through it. He turned around and headed to the Hokage's office, but stopped once he reached Sasuke's room. Grabbing his brother in a manner that wouldn't wake him up, Itachi kept moving to the Hokage's office. No way in hell was he leaving his brother to be kept with those made men. Sarutobi couldn't believe what he was hearing. They're really going to betray us? You're sure about that? Itachi looked at his brother, who was asleep on a nearby couch. Yes, they've heard rumors that Abito could be the next Hokage and are furious about it. Sarutobi was shocked to hear that. What? But I've told almost no one about that. Who could have told them? Wait, Danzo, of course. He knows the Uchiha stand no chance against all of us, especially if he finds a way to tip us off first. With the Uchiha clan weakened, he'd have them right in his hands. I can't believe he'd go that far just for politics. It's something even I never imagined he could do. Itachi frowned. What do you think we should do? Sarutobi wasn't sure. I'd say gather the council. But frankly, I don't trust them, seeing as how it looks Danzo was the one who triggered this. I'll go and see if I can't talk them down. Offer them some kind of consolation prize. Itachi didn't think that was a great idea. Do you think that's wise? After all, they could simply launch a surprise attack on you? Sarutobi shook his head. I can handle myself just fine. A battle with me would certainly draw attention, which would bring me reinforcements. Itachi couldn't really argue with his logic. All right, sir, but I should go with you. They'll be more willing to talk to you if I'm there. They don't want to lose their golden POW after all. Sarutobi got up and walked to the door. We'll leave Sasuke here for now. No reason to bring him along and put him at risk. My secretary can keep an eye on him. Itachi was satisfied with that and followed Sarutobi as he left the Hokage's office. Sarutobi got to the Uchiha compound and smelled a familiar scent that sent chills down his spine. Blood. Sarutobi and Itachi rushed into Uchiha compound to find dead bodies everywhere. The ground was dyed crimson with a few severed body parts around them. This didn't make sense. Who on earth did this? Only Itachi and Sarutobi knew of the revolt. Who else had any reason to kill them? That's when they heard the voice of woman. I'd say it was nothing personal, but frankly I enjoyed killing all of bastards of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi saw that it was the same bandaged woman from before. Aren't you one of those Uchiha bastards? The woman shrugged. I was once, but I got out the second I could. It was time for the Uchiha clan to die. Perhaps you and the others can rebuild it in a better form. Itachi felt rather dizzy. Who all did you kill? The woman smiling under her bandages. I'm afraid that only you, your brother, Abito, and Kakashi are the only remaining Uchihas now. Itachi was ready to vomit and the woman turned away. The Uchihas would be too much of a threat to me, especially if they took over the village. I handled them. Sarutobi got into a battle-ready position. I don't know who you are, but you're not leaving the walls of this village. The woman laughed. Oh, I'm already gone. This is just a genjutsu. It's similar to the one I used on this entire compound. They never even saw me coming. As for who I am, I'll leave that for you to figure out. She vanished into thin air, leaving Sarutobi to gawk at the situation. Itachi had finally regained his bearings and turned to the Hokage. So, what now? Sarutobi ground his teeth. We head back to the office and try to think of some way to explain all this to the council without it sounding insane. The whole village knew by morning. Most of them couldn't believe the entire Uchiha clan had been slaughtered like that. Sarutobi had explained it all to the council last night during an emergency meeting. The only thing he kept a secret was the fact that the Uchihas intend on attacking the village if that woman hadn't stopped them. Everyone's first question was the same. Who was this woman that managed to kill an entire clan on her own? The only thing they knew for sure about her is that she was an Uchiha, but that wasn't really much help. They had checked all the dead bodies to see who was missing from them. Seemed like the easiest way to find out who she was. However, there were no Uchihas unaccounted for. Everything they found raised more questions than it answered. Sarutobi genuinely had no idea where to go from here. He knew one thing though, he didn't envy Itachi trying to explain all of this to Sasuke. Sasuke was about to faint, he felt nauseous too. His parents were dead, almost his entire family was dead. He only had Itachi left. Sasuke turned to his brother with tears in his eyes. How did this happen? Were they killed? Itachi nodded. Yes, they were. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I know you must be very scared right now. Sasuke suddenly yelled, tears still streaming down his face. Who was it? Itachi was surprised that his brother was screaming at him like that. We're not sure who she is, but she was an Uchiha at one time. Sasuke started to go from sad to angry. We're gonna get her. Someday I'll kill her. Itachi frowned. Sasuke, calm yourself. I know you're angry, but what we need to do right now is get our thoughts together and figure out what we need to do now. Sasuke wiped his eyes, he had to be strong like his big brother. Where are we gonna stay? Itachi was about to say he didn't know when he heard a knock at the door. They were in a side room in the Hokage's building, so Itachi wasn't really sure who was. He opened the door to find Obito and Kakashi on the other side. Side note, you should be picturing the older version of Obito now because he's 24 at this point. Abidito gave Itachi a sympathetic look. Hello, Itachi. How are you holding up? Itachi sighed. I've been much better, I'll tell you that much. Kakashi ran up to Sasuke. Hey, Sasuke. Kakashi heard you sad and wanted to come make you feel better. Sasuke was a little surprised how enthusiastic he was. Thank you, I guess. Obito smiled at his son and turned to Itachi. I know we aren't official Uchihas, but we're still family as far as I'm concerned. If you need anything, all you have to do is ask. Itachi mulled over what he had said. We do need a place to stay. Kakashi jumped up. Oh, can they stay with us, Dad? Can they? Obito laughed. Of course, if they want to anyways. Kakashi turned to Sasuke. Please stay with us. Kakashi promises you'll have a good time. Sasuke was skeptical and turned to his brother, who smiled and turned to Obito. We'd be happy to stay with you. Thank you very much. Kakashi grabbed Sasuke's hand and pulled him out of the room. Come on, you're gonna love it, our house. Itachi and Obito chuckled as Kakashi dragged Sasuke to the house. Hopefully the kids could keep Sasuke's mind off from everything. Sasuke was completely thrown off by how nice everyone's Senju estates were. It was nothing like the Uchiha compound. Rather than dark, dim, and quiet, it was bright and loud. His parents weren't nearly as lively as these guys seemed to be. He had ended up walking with Naruto, Kakashi, and Mito to the first day of the academy, along with their parents and his big brother. Sasuke got several funny looks from almost everyone he walked past, which he knew was because of the massacre. When they finally reached the academy, he was just glad not to have anyone staring at him. As soon as they got there, Mito ran up to Kiba so that she could pet Akamaru, Kiba's dog and partner. Mito worked with animals at vet to start with her medical training, and she found she absolutely loved animals. Akamaru yipped happily as he got his belly scratched. Oh, who's a good boy? You are, yes you are. Kiba was always amazed at how good Mito was with animals. Akamaru rolls over every time he sees you. It's like he knows you're gonna rub his belly. Mito shrugged. He just knows me well then. Ino ran up to Mito. Mito, can you believe it? We're gonna be actual ninjas soon.